Ladies and gentlemen, welcome out to Kojaks Live. We're about ready to go for the final table, the top 10. We'll call it the August 10. The August 10 live at Kojaks. Summer miniseries, as you can hear over the microphone, they are getting just about ready to go. We've got an action-packed live stream table. You got Charlie Boy in the booth, joined by Mr. Daryl Hopkins.
Hello, hello.
He started off in the top 21 today and just ran into a monster. Knock you out?
Just a quick exit. No big story here. Ace on the river for Murray, and it's over with. See ya.
So Murray's using your chips. He took out a loan on him, right?
He did.
You charge interest on the by hand, right?
I need to talk to him about that.
So here we are, the August 9. We're looking at setting in seat number 1, Mr. Michael Slate. He starts off with 1,000 chips for every day of the year. Tim Ropke in seat number 2, 1.1 million. Rudy Borg, 1.65, and your chip leader setting in seat 3, Zach Terry in seat 4 with 790. Mr. Michael McSherry, main event winner past, 910,000. Billy Ward, main event winner in seat 6 in the past, 925,000. Miss Carrie Shaver, 420,000 chips. Travis Jones, a newcomer to our room, final table, 520,000. Mr. Chris Murray, if you don't know him, you're missing out. Sitting in seat number 9 with 515,000, and a brand new final table representative, Kevin Elger, 230,000. Everybody has a chance. Everybody has a chance. Well, look at this in the cutoff. First hand, Chris Murray looks down at Ace Quisha. 515 effective 1,000 chips in his stack. And he's going to raise it up 80,000. That's a little min raise. 20, 40, 20 right now. Yeah. So when you see a min raise to 40,000, you've already got 60,000 sitting in the pot, right? 40,
Well, the blinds are so big at this point. In fact, Rudy, with all these chips he's got, still only has 40 big. So a min raise there, obviously 80K bet with only the blinds behind you. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
This hand might get him in some trouble. Tim called with Jack 10 suited, leads out with 50. And Murray snaps it without even thinking, looking for an ace or a queen. 9 of hearts. 3 hearts on the board. Could Murray, it goes check, check.
Oh.
2 pair for Tim. He's not going anywhere. Check, check. Tim's got to show first. He's going to show 2 pair. And for the first hand of your main event final table, Mr. Tim Ropke, newcomer to the final table, is going to pull in a beautiful 450,000 chip pot, taking his chip total over, well, it says 1.4 million. It's 1.38 million is what he has in his stack right now. So, Tim Ropke, 100% VPIP along with Chris Murray. Right. We'll keep track of that tonight, see who's super aggressive and who's not. In our cash games, we see VPIP stay up around 85, 90. You won't see that in a tournament play, will you?
No, you're not going to see anything near that in this kind of play. In fact, the play will be a little slow here at the beginning. You'll get Kevin in there since he's a short stack, and you'll get Slade in there a little bit. Kevin's got to find something to go with just 6 bigs. He's sitting in seat 10. He'll look down at any time he gets a couple of face cards at all or ace anything. He'll have it in there.
Absolutely. So here we go, coming around. Carrie looks down. What are those 2 things?
American Airlines right there.
American Airlines. All chips matter right here. Rudy's got ace 4. He could check her up, right?
Yeah, he'll look her up here. Big blind.
Or he may get, look at how confident she looks though.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say Carrie was sitting there and she looked like she was holding aces.
Yeah.
She was sitting there and saying, "Call me, please. I dare you to."
Yeah.
So, two hands, 2 winners. Carrie and Tim are both up at the final table. Just a little win like that. Carrie pulls in. She started the hand with 440, right?
Right.
So she pulls in 40, 20, and 20. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm good. Thank you.
You good?
Beautiful Miss Heather coming through here asking if we want some HTO. That was a very clever name.
Really was. Really was. Okay, where are we at now?
So here we go. Button moves around to seat number
McSherry under the gun with pocket fives.
Yep.
Limps in for 40.
We call that the old Highway 80
Yeah.
around here.
Fold. Back to Slate. Fold.
Oh,
10
Slate's playing
fold.
tight, folding 5 deuce.
Rudy in the small blind with King 9. Rudy's playing tight to start this out.
So is he playing tight to set up an image of maybe for later?
I don't think he's playing tight for that. I think that he's got all the chips now. There's no sense in just let a few bleed off. He doesn't necessarily have to be the sheriff here. Let some of the small blinds get out.
Look at this. Pocket fives flop dead.
Yeah.
Flop dead.
Oh wow. Sack.
So that means all the fives are gone. Since there's no other 5 that he can hit to boat up 5 full of 8s, he's dead. At that point, if you're sitting there, so it was bet 40,000, raised to 140,000. That tells McSherry all he needs to know, right?
Right. We got a check raise from him in the big blind. McSherry continuation bet. Zach raised him there, and looks like Mike will probably be finished with it. Yep.
And that was the end of that hand. Just like that, Zach pulls in 300,000 chips, adding 100,000 to his stack. So that lasts longer. We run a last longer every tournament. And it's player option. If they want to get in, they can. For this particular tournament, we did $100. And it was a re-enter the last longer every bullet that you had to fire into the main event. Over 4 flights, how much money did we accumulate?
I think you had 9,500 in it, and it adds such value to a tournament. I mean, it's just crazy. 9,500 for a $100 buy-in. Surely they'll chop it when they get down to 2 or 3.
So people like Zach, he's in it one time,
Right,
$100, and he
right.
has a chance to win $9,500.
Yeah.
Then you look around to Murray, he's in it 17 times. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's not in it, maybe 16, but not 17. So Tim does let go of 6 deuce. Rudy looks down. Queen 8, still not a playable hand for Rudy. He's sticking to his image.
Folded around to Rudy on a button. He doesn't want to take advantage.
I'm pretty sure I heard raise.
Maybe from Zach.
Yep. That's 75. That's 80,000. He's got what, 20 in? So that's 100,000. So new action with AC Doocy, 100,000. Mr. McSherry looks down at the K9 offsuit, 750 in his stack.
Looks like Mike's going to look him up with King 9.
It's not terrible.
No,
He's in the
not
big
terrible
blind,
at all.
right?
Yeah, Mike will look you up anyway. So he's pretty fearless out there.
So he's looking at his 60,000 to call. He's got 60,000 in the pot.
Terrible flop. Great flop for the lead. You got to continue on that kind of a board.
So does experience play off for Mr. McSherry? He plays a lot of high-limit cash games, a lot of bigger tournaments. He is a main event champ. Zach doesn't have a whole lot of experience. That check right there could have cost him the pot, right?
Yeah, right there with that kind of a board, you definitely continuation bet there. I think Mike would have folded. There's just nothing there to continue with. I think if Mike had a jack or 80, he checked it back anyway, tried to trap him a little bit. Zach should have led again. Now he doesn't know where he's at, and now he has to fold.
Next tournament I play, I'm going to have earpiece with you telling me what to do because you just described that hand. You could have played that hand blind. You know Mr. McSherry has probably none of that there because he's betting. He doesn't want to trap him. And you would have probably re-raised at that point if you're sitting in Zach's seat.
You show any weakness to an experienced player like Mike, and he's going to make you pay for it. And that's just what he did. I mean, when you open the way you did pre, you want a continuation bet on those kind of boards. They're just not going to connect on those boards.
No, and
They're
it
boards
was
like
2.5x raise.
Yeah. And plus, Mike had a smaller stack. He could have let in a Mike for, 80, 2 bigs, and probably took the pot down. He could have got it with just a little bit of pressure.
Carrie looks down at 8-5 suited. She's not messing around today. When she plays cash games, she likes to play. Tonight, she said she's in it to win it.
But she's made a few final tables, so it's time for her to step up and actually make a good run.
I think this is her third.
I hope she does that. Yeah. It's always fun to make your first table, get a little overwhelmed, but she's been there now a couple of times, and it's time to get the jitters out and get it going.
Mr. McSherry is gonna complete the small blind with King 8 off. Billy's looking down at Motown coming in.
This will be an interesting small blind, big blind deal all day.
Two experienced players.
Because these are two of the Billy's. I think Billy probably is the most experienced there and will be the toughest. But Mike will not back down ever.
That's scary too because it's a 50-50 draw on whether he has it at this point, right? Because he could very easily have 10 jack.
Right.
I think that deuce, that jack's going to kill the action. That check right there told Billy he's ahead, but he's not going to chance it.
No, he'll be happy to take a small pot because he knows Mike can rip his stack at any time too. That's the thing about knowing your players. If you try to get a little bit of value at the river, but yet his stack 4 or 5x what your bet's going to be, and he rips it on you, then you're in a real tough spot. So taking down some small pots right here, never a bad thing.
So you're saying that like that point right there, Billy tries to go for value with his jack. He bets say 80,000. McSherry then rips his 750 in. You can't call it with just jack 5.
Billy has to fold. Yeah, Billy knows that, so he'd rather take a small pot right there. You'll see Billy play well the whole time. I doubt that he'll get out of line. He'll apply pressure when he's in not just in position, but when anyone shows weakness, and then he'll know his players real well. He'll know that McSherry can rip it on him at any time. He knows the ones that have experience that have experience. He'll take advantage of some spots out there tonight. He'll probably work Tim over. Tim, we were sitting there talking about Tim a while ago. He plays the dumb card, but he's not dumb.
Not at all.
And a good player already knows that, but
he's been beating up the cash games. He's been beating up the cash games.
They keep letting them play the dumb card, and they usually still know where they're at. The good player does, and they'll get Tim stacks from him if he's not.
We got an all in. Mr. McSherry did raise it up. Kerry shoves all in. That's going to be the end of McSherry's day, right? 525,000 out of McSherry's 715. He cannot complete that call.
Well, right? It was no, he never is. It was folded to him on the button's the only reason he opened. You got to open when it folds to you on the button. He wasn't expecting a rip from the smaller big, but that's what he got. The whole purpose of his bet was to take the blinds down. It's not going to work. He'll act like it's agonizing little fold, but it's not. Queen 7's not. So
they call that in the WSOP working some TV time.
Yeah,
Billy looks like he might have been working out a little bit, showing them guns off. He came to the final, unless he went and got his floaties on. Kerry doesn't have the same look that she had when she had pocket aces.
No.
Ace Queen's a lot different than aces, though.
Of course, when they're side by side like that, they can't really see each other's facial expressions. That's why some players really hate to be in the middle of the table. But, it's all good. It's all good. He opened like he was supposed to take the blinds down.
He played it how he was supposed to?
She shoved with an ace queen. I mean, ace queens are tough. Ace jacks, ace queens. It's good to take the pot down.
Rudy's got 21% of the chips in play. Mr. Kevin Elger only has 5 big blinds. What does that mean for his style? One certain hand? One move?
I don't think Kevin has a whole lot of tournament experience, so it'll be interesting to see what he does. But he's got to go here at any time. Any hand he's got to go. And then just hope he doubles up and can buy a little time.
He got the best position at the table, seat number 10, being the smallest stack. Yeah. He gets 8 hands to look at.
Yeah.
Is that a playable hand under the gun, Queen 10 suited?
Yeah, I think so, especially with Murray's stack. He can limp there. He can min raise there.
He can all in it and just hope he doesn't run into a big hand?
I wouldn't really all in it there. You just have too many people behind you. 10 Queen, you're going to get looked up with any big ace, any pair 8 or higher. I don't like to go all in with those type of hands in that type of spot, in that early of a position. Unless everybody at the table is just like waiting on a move up in the money. And you're not really waiting on a move up now. This first person out here, I think, gets, 1,700 or something?
I was just double checking that as we speak.
And so the bump up in money is going to be 200 or 300. So it's not really time for that. And I think that's why you're seeing Rudy play so tight. He's going to let 2 or 3 of these guys get knocked out of here real quick, ones with 10 bigs or less. And then he'll probably start to mix it up a little bit. But we hadn't even seen him play a hand yet. So looks like Murray takes it down with a open and on to the next hand. Rudy's sitting where he started. Button's gone almost all the way around.
Mr. Slate is quiet too.
Yeah.
He's got a ton of high level cash experience. Mr. Slate just cashed in the main event in Vegas and the Colossus in Vegas, so he's no stranger to deep tournament play.
And Slate's a good guy. He pays attention. He's a successful business person, and that's not by accident. That's coming from observation and learning a trade. And poker's no different. You get in there and develop your observation skills, and he's done that. He's played with all these guys. He's sitting tight because he's on a 10 big blind stack, but his stack's limiting to what he can do. But he'll get it in there pretty soon.
So successful businessmen are usually good poker players just because they're able to build a business. They know what to look for, and then they know how to look at players because they've been able to study their employees for so long for good people, right?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think some of the biggest reasons is the competitiveness it takes for you to be successful in anything that you're doing. And in risk, poker's, you talk about risk taking and stuff. When you have your own business, you're already used to taking lots of risk. So sitting down playing for a little bit of money is not a big thing at all. But
so you said playing the kind of dumb card. Tim tries to raise it to 70,000 right there.
Yeah.
And they told him 80 was the minimum.
Right.
Murray
right.
shoves all in. You're going to get
Right.
a call from Ace King, right?
Oh yeah, you should absolutely. And Chris was right to shove with his stack size, with 8s or better. There's nothing wrong with either one of those plays.
Tim folds.
Tim folds. Wow.
And he shows Ace King. Wow.
Yeah.
So is that experience or inexperience? What is that? He put 80 in, 250 on, 275 on top.
There's nothing since he min raised, and he didn't even know what the min raise actually was supposed to be. It's supposed to be 80 instead of 70. It just shows his inexperience. But since all he did was min raise it, he doesn't have to put that extra 400K or extra 380K chips in just to flip. It's not a terrible thing.
No, and I mean, saved money is made money, right?
Yeah,
especially in a deep tournament like this.
So it's not a terrible play.
Now, who at that table would have folded Ace King at that point?
No one with less than 20 bigs, probably.
That was kind of crazy. Slate wakes up with the first possible playable hand. He's actually under the gun. That's a tough spot to be in a 10-handed table, isn't it?
It is. But King Queen is a great hand. Has a lot of value to it.
And he raises to 85,000.
Right, just a little over min. 2.1.
Is that a scare?
No, it's just some people. It's funny. Some people don't want to say I min raised. Okay, so you min raised plus one chip.
Well, that's enough to pull it in. Poor Kevin only had 5 deuce.
Yeah,
he can't even make a stand. He's only got 150 left.
But what's funny is you'll notice older players don't want to seem like they're weak in any way. The way they talk, the way they handle their chips, the way anything. And a min raise to an older person is just like they've always been. It's weak. It's weak.
Like Jack Keane. Have you ever watched him in a cash game? He'll min raise it plus like 2.
Right. So now Slate's in the big, and it looks like Tim will open here under the gun. Let's see what he gets.
We just went live with a 20-ish minute delay. Kojak sitting in Tim's hand.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to call it.
Tim also has a little bit of a problem with his position with the chip leader being right behind him. Then Tim can't get a whole lot out of line. But if he's noticed this first orbit here, Rudy's not playing anything.
Rudy didn't want to fold that hand.
Yeah,
you know what that hand? That was Clyde's favorite hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
7-4 diamonds. That was Clyde's favorite hand, and that's why he sat there and thought about it for a second.
Yeah.
But it's not about playing someone's hand. It's about winning the money now.
No, and it's been an emotional week. I mean, the tournaments this week were all everyone had Clyde on their mind, and they did an incredible, classy thing the other night. And
Rudy was one of them that did that.
Bowed out and took second and let Clyde win the tournament. That was complete class right there by all those guys. And so for some of those guys, and Rudy's one of those guys that has a little more on his mind right now than just playing poker. And
2 people, especially at this table. One
yeah.
person in particular.
We all played with Clyde and thanked the world of him, and so it's been an emotional week.
Tim's just falling in the trap.
Yep.
That's experience right there.
Yeah.
Look at Slate. Slate is playing the perfect. He's now your actor on CBS.
And he's a good actor. I watched him in the live stream one night, I don't know, 4 or 5, 6 months ago against Kinsey. And we all know the kind of player Kinsey is, a real good player. And Slate.
He's already checked.
Slate made quad nines that particular night.
I saw that hand.
And he stacked off Kinsey, and Kinsey was, of course, Kinsey tried to bluff again on the river, but Slate puts on a real good show when he's got a strong hand. He just, like, it's agonizing to call or continue, and he's ready to cut your throats what he's ready to do.
He's sitting back in the back.
Yeah.
So 110,000, exactly a half pot bet, and Tim says, nice hand, I got caught.
Tim needs to be real glad a king or jack didn't come, because he has trouble folding anything when he hits it. And on this kind of board, with the nines, if a
So
king or
dry.
jack comes, so dry, and king or jack comes on turn river, then he's going to lose some money. So Tim actually got lucky that he missed. Easy fold on the river. Slate picked up a little bit of value. He would have liked to add more, but
Next person out, 1,400.
yep.
Then we're starting in the 2,000s, 2,000 on up to $20,000 for
Great
first place.
And really, the top three prizes are really nice prizes. So that's why you're seeing a little bit tighter play right now too.
Well, not to mention that we've got 90, so
Oh, yeah.
79,000 in this turn. We'll say 80, 80,000, 200 shy of it. We had that players meeting.
Yeah,
7,800 in the players meeting, 9,500. So we're at 100,000.
Yeah, we got a little cherry on top with some of the player meetings and stuff like that that's going on. So they're playing for a little more than you just think they are. So
And then they're playing for that prestigious trophy.
Absolutely.
You know, that pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants that pitcher.
yeah,
We got a lot of aces. I think it's safe to say an ace doesn't come on the flop. And Travis is all in.
yep,
Kevin folds pocket threes at that point.
yep,
150K in his stack.
yep. Wow, yep,
Travis wins.
yep. Good bet, and that's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to see a flop with ace 10. You want to take that and use it and try to get the chips without seeing a flop. That's what he did.
Only thing ace 10 is good for is blackjack, right?
Right. And he did it with enough chips in his hand that it really put pressure on anybody wanting to look him up. You know, you're going to get some folds from even ace queen there. You're going to get some 5, 6s, and 7s to fold, stuff like that. So it's a good move for
And
sure.
he picks up 120,000. He profits 120,000 in that
Yeah.
pot. So that took his stack. He started off with 540. That takes him up to what was that, 120,
You got 20% increase just by shove. So well done there. Billy's trying to three-peat. He's the only one on the table trying to three-peat.
McSherry's trying to be the second back-to-back,
yeah.
or the third back-to-back. Billy's a back-to-back. McSherry's trying to go for a back-to-back.
Okay.
Murray's just trying to go for a back. We got to pick on Murray. We love him.
Oh, yeah, Murray's.
Oh, and Travis wakes up again. Queen 10 suited. He's counting up his chips to see if he wants to play it, right?
Yeah. Well, he's thinking about how he wants to play it with that stack.
So is putting
Third.
your chips in a certain way, does that play importance? Because TDA's been wrestling with that rule.
Yeah.
So now TDA says if you slide it in, to break it down, count it, and verbalize it.
Yeah.
But that plays a whole different thing from taking it. I try to put a big stack in there for strength, and then they break it down, make it look so small that takes a little bit away, I think.
You can pick up every once in a while some tails on some players. The color the chips are putting in, just like that. He min raised with 80K, but he counted out a lot of pink chips
It
instead
looked
of
like
just
so
throwing.
much.
Yeah, instead of just throwing 3 blacks and a pink in, he decided to make it look like a lot of chips. And sometimes that's if you pick up on that, you pick up on that.
So are you giving us hints of your game?
Well, there's a lot of tails, but here's the deal. You can read a lot of books out there about tails and stuff. You don't want to go bet your tournament life on 1 or 2 tails. And the tails, the best thing to do with the tails is it needs to fit in with the rest of the story being told. So when you take into consideration the starting stack size, the position that the player's in, what's going on, you've got to put them on the range of hands that you want. And then you add the tail on top of all of that, it's got to tell the same story. But if you're going to pull a tail out and say, oh, well, he's not breathing, he's holding his breath, he's got to be nervous and crazy, so he must have a weekend. If you're going just on that, you're going to get your butt kicked plenty of times.
You might get it right the one time that you wanted to, but miss it all the
Right,
others.
and that's just, tails are just a little extra to go with the story that's already being told.
So we are now 13 hands deep. Big winner at the table is Carrie. Carrie's up 340,000 chips. She's sitting at 750,000 chips.
Yeah.
Billy's just under $1 million. He's up 20,000. Mr. McSherry's down 2.5, 250,000. I was trying to say 2.5 thousand.
Well, he opened one hand, and that's when she woke up with aces, and that's kind of how both those stacks went the ways they did. But
Broody is down. He's the second biggest loss on the table. That's just because he just went through the big blind, and he's back on it again. So we got a little Northeast dealer coming in, and Nick.
yeah,
He's gonna speed this game up.
there he is. Actually, the players like that. We want to see more hands, and the more hands we can see, the better. And we really appreciate the dealers keeping control of the game and getting the cards in and out and running the game. So, but the staff has done well all week, and hats
A lot
off
of new
to them.
faces for you guys.
There are a lot. Hats off to them. It's been a well-run tournament, and for a mini series, can't wait for a big series. So they've done good.
Any two-card Tim wakes up with Jack 10. He does call it.
Yep.
I'm going to give everybody kind of a nickname if that's okay.
No, I think that's
Flops
cool.
a gut shot up against Zach. So this is the infamous Kojak's Guess His Hand. We'll do this every once in a while. Most of the time on accident, but gives you a chance to actually be in the hand and play it from home. So he's going to lead out with 75,000. He's under the gun where the button is right now, and he leads out with 75,000. And this is the position bet right here with Tim.
Yeah, that's a reach. I think that's either a fold or a raise from the button, but he did it. He raised it to 200. So there you go.
And he probably made Zach fold an ace right there.
Right.
A weak ace,
Yep.
ace 7, ace 8.
Yep.
Either that or king, queen suited, something along those lines.
He applied a little bit of pressure on him there and in position, and he didn't want to continue. You're going to see that some of these players, especially in this position, being the final table and no one out yet at the final table, you're going to see some opens and you're going to see some continuation bets, but probably on the turn in the river, you're going to see a lot of straightforward play. So if you can just get to that turn and then see how it's being done from that point, they're going to check their missed hands. They're going to play a little more straightforward from the turn in the river. And experienced players like Billy and some of those guys are going to exploit that and take pots away from them.
They're hungry. It's time to eat, and that's what they're waiting on.
That's the power of position and stuff, and you'll see it here soon.
So over on hand number 14, Kevin Elger is now officially on what you call life support, sitting down with 120.
Yeah, he's
Wake up with a monster. That's his only hope right here, right?
Yeah.
Is that good enough?
What did he have?
Ace 9.
Oh, absolutely, that's good enough.
Ace 9 and
absolutely,
the what is that? The second cutoff. I don't know what it's called.
I haven't been watching.
Hijack, no.
I haven't been watching his hands prior to this, but
Not 5 deuce,
yeah,
6-3.
you
he's
can't
got
let
nothing.
yourself get down to 3 bigs here.
So position move since he's been so tight.
No, he should have obviously went in with Ace 9, but I don't know what he's waiting on here. But again, it's experience, and when this is over, and it probably going to be over pretty soon for him with just 3 bigs, he'll look back and can I do something different?
Yeah.
You know.
He's the type that likes to study his play.
Yeah.
So here we go. 2 experienced players, Rudy and McSherry. They play a lot of the 25 on the
Rudy
buttons
flops
together.
a joint. Flops the straight from the bottom side.
And everything's over. McSherry's done.
Oh my goodness.
Or does he try to make a move? They have history. They know each other.
They do know each other, and Max Sherry, don't put it past him to rip if he thinks Rudy's weak, but he'll fold here. I'm pretty sure.
A lot of times we are made out to be a liar in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
We see their cards, we know what they should do, and then they do
Yeah.
something that's just like,
Yeah.
what the heck?
Yeah, sometimes that happens, especially the live stream that you guys do up here. You have some really good players at times, but also you have some really inexperienced players at times on that live stream. So I bet they do make you look silly
Oh, yeah.
sometimes. Yeah. So,
You know, they're sitting there with a 1-outer and facing $3,000 cash bet,
yeah.
and they go over the top of it,
Yeah.
and you're just like, ah.
Every-
And the other person's holding the nuts.
Yeah, everybody playing right now here is still serious about what they're doing, and it's too early in the day to be drunk or have too many drinks in you. And they're actually,
Oh, no.
they are playing for good money, but they really are playing for some prestige here.
Good full carry.
Yeah.
Carrie knows what that hand has
Yeah.
sentimental value, and she's in it to win it.
Yeah. You know, you've got to get rid of
6-3.
well, you've got to get rid of sentimental hands and things like that. There's a place for them, and when you're out messing around, having a good time, you can have some fun with them. But when you're finally in a spot like this, there's no Vegas was built on people having lucky numbers. You need to get rid of your lucky numbers. You know?
That's a raise right there. 150K into a pot that has 40, 20, 20.
Yep.
No, sorry, 25, 50, 25. So it's got 100 in it now.
Yep.
Blinds are up.
He sized it. Oh, he sized it up from a hijack to 4x, which is good because he doesn't really want to play it, but he's going to run right into aces.
So we saw him fold Ace King
Yeah,
to just a 2x raise.
right.
Based off that, I think he folds this.
Well,
Or does
it's
McSherry
not
call?
100% that Mike's going to shove on him.
Should
Since
he-
he's already showed that, since Tim has already showed that he'll fold a hand, Mike might want to trap him right here.
Mike, all in. Mike,
Oh, did he?
if
Yeah.
Mike could see the cards, he'd want him to hit 2-pair right now.
Yeah.
2 pairs is set for him.
I think Tim probably calls off here.
You think so? He
Yeah.
folded Ace King. That could be a little emotional for him.
But-
He knows he laid it down. He says,
Yeah. Oh, he laid it down.
make sure he pushed the chips out to count them, and Tim said, there's no
Yeah.
need. There's no
Yeah.
need.
See, and that's the only thing that we were referring to a while ago, since he had folded a similar hand, one actually just a little bit stronger than that. If Mike was looking at that, he could have tried to trap him right there. Ben raised him back or just flatted him and hoped that he hit his king.
Here we are.
Or queen.
Rudy's got
Hopefully his
21%,
queen, but,
Tim's
yeah.
14%. From there, we go by counting by big blinds. Billy 17, McSherry on down, all the way down to Kevin. Kevin is beyond life support. He's now on a ventilator.
Yeah.
And he's got 2 more hands after this. Then he's in the big blind at 20 or at 50 and 25. That's 75,000 of his 130. So he's basically pot committed if somebody makes any move on him, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they know that. Everybody's just kind of waiting for him to go out. Travis looks down.
Ace Jack is, obviously it's an opening hand, but it's funny. It's tricky little hands. You don't want to get too carried away there. Ben raise or 2.5, something like that will probably work.
And he's under the gun, so that's a hard spot with
Yeah.
8 people behind him.
The blinds have gone up evidently to 50, 25, 50, so he'll make it 105, 110 probably.
105.
Yeah.
That's the, you don't like
Yeah,
to look
just
weak.
Don't Ben raise, yeah.
Murray, let's go AC Doocy.
Yeah. Fold.
Action's over on Rudy. He's going to look down, and as soon as he sees both of them, he's going to look back at the bet, watch, and then fold. Mr. McSherry, done let it go. Billy's looking. No good. Carries the last hope. And
Yep.
she says no.
Ace Jack takes the blinds down like it's supposed to, so.
So we are just in top 10 of the main event, day 2. We've also got another tournament running over on the, actually it is over. The all in or fold is over, and I haven't seen who won, but I'd have to guess Chris Carter won. There was 500,000 chips in play. I walked out there at one point and he had 410,000 of them. So I'd have to say he won that. But it looks like they did a 1st through 6th place chop of $333 each. So that's that.
It sounded like playback money on a lotto or something.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of lotto, I bought a $50 lottery ticket yesterday. Won 100.
hey, there you
Bought
go.
the $100 lottery ticket. Won 300 and left.
That'll work.
Bought a $50 lottery ticket last week. Won
Okay,
1,000.
here we go. We
Here
found
it
his
is.
video. Let's see what he's
Oh,
got.
let's see what he's got. We got an all-you-can-eat Mr. Elgar. That's not bad. It's not as good as the Ace 9, but it's just as strong with the suits, right?
Well, he needed to go. He needed to go back a ways, but good luck to him this year. Let's see what he gets. Everybody's folding out.
So at this point, as an experienced player, you know he's pushing with any ace, right? You just know that.
He should be pushing with any ace, king, queen. Lots of combos, lots of 7, 8s, 9, 10s, 10 jacks.
He's not liking the call that Billy just did, but he's gonna be happy that he's got 2 overs at least and suits.
Billy's
and
going to
straights.
call such a short stack anyway with his pair. Most of the people behind him, since all he had was a small big behind him, they're not going to mess with Billy, so he could just call and not have to do anything else. So, but it's nice to have 2 overs. when you're all in.
So all in and call. Ace 5 versus pocket 4s.
There it is.
There's the 5.
Yep.
And there's another 5. Not, overkill.
Yeah, overkill.
So he takes his 130,000 chip stack and 110,000 at that point and turns it into
360.
Yeah.
Now he's got 7 bigs.
that's how you do it. Two more of those, he's up there. That's not what Billy wanted to do, but Billy was willing to risk. He had around 1 million chips. 130 is not going to hurt him to lose at that point.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad call. Is it?
No,
Okay.
not at all. Not with Billy's stack and the blinds playing tight behind you. No, they both did what they were supposed to do.
So Tim's over 1 million, almost 1.1. Rudy's at 1.6. He's only down 60,000 now after that win. Zach's down almost 200. Billy's down 210. McSherry's down 130. And everybody else is a winner.
Yeah. Yep,
That's
yep.
basically what you expect. Everybody to pick up a hand every round, right?
Really pretty tight. It's been a pretty tight final table. But you'd expect that going around. So,
And this is the exact thing we were talking about with the VPIP earlier. In the cash games,
Yeah.
usually it's between 80 and 90. McSherry's the highest one at 41%. Everybody else is 20 or lower.
yeah.
150 from Zach with Snowman. Billy looks so disappointed when he has to fold.
Zach looks like he's going to be one of those guys that does a little more than the normal. He's 3x this one. I think he 4x a while ago. 3 and 4x. We're just talking about how many times the big blind he's making it.
And he's done it the whole tournament.
Right. So he's going to play. He's going to open with a little bit bigger bets.
So is that bad or good? Because you're risking more percent of your chips.
It's not. When you're sitting at that table playing, you're hoping to see the hand through and see what he's turning over, so you can pick up on a read. Is he making his big hands 3x, whereas he's going to min raise his softer hands?
Ace 10,
You
ace
know,
queen.
yeah, hands he doesn't want to play, is he's making it 4x. We had a player today, I won't name names, so we had a player today that was opening with 5, 6, and 7x, and there's just no reason to open with 5, 6, and 7x. It turned out one of the hands he opened, he had like pocket sixes or something. He opened 7x. He just wanted to make it big and not play his sixes, and you pick up on that immediately. So, needless to say, I don't think that gentleman went too far, but it could just be the way he does things, and maybe it's worked for him in the past. But he was betting 25% of his stack on his opens, and you're just not going to go real far doing that. So you got to find out information, but you can't risk 25% of your stack every time you're looking for just one answer. So.
So Slate's getting...
Yeah, Slate's getting tired. Not tired, but he's probably
Bored.
tired. Yeah, getting bored. He wants to play a hand. So he flats 5-6 under the gun. Let's see what happens.
Billy raised it up, and Slate made the call. A lot of experience playing together right here.
Yeah,
At the highest levels that we offer.
yeah. There's why you don't like 5-6.
Because now you're stuck looking for an 8. But he's probably gonna let this go. 85,000 is the bet.
Yeah, and he'll be asking himself, why did I splash around? But
So
especially since the next hand he's in the big blind, he's got to put chips in the pot.
So should he have opened with a raise right there to maybe 130, A7 would have probably folded to that.
Yeah, I think the correct play right there probably would have been just a ditch 6-7. But yeah, you could have opened it a little bigger, but I think I'm just mucking that hand in that spot. Rudy still sitting the same chips. Tim about the same chips. Tim will be under the gun this time. With 5-7, that's a fold. Rudy still hasn't played anything. 7-3, he's not playing that. Fold. Billy's looking. Fold. Carrie with a nice hand. King 10 of diamonds suited. Folded to her. She's going to open for a min. Make it 100. Oh, she just flatted. She just called with her king 10. So we'll see if flop Slate checks it. There's Jack 6. Slate hits his 6, and Carrie hits her king. Carrie leads the flop, and Bet takes it down. Right. Rudy's under the gun this time. Rudy is just chilling.
Playing coy.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He's letting the tournament clock do what the tournament clock does. Let the blinds increase and let the small blinds get in, small stacks get in, and he's just not having much to do with it.
Man, all I could hear was the dealer go, fold, 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 fold.
Carrie woke up with 10s this time, folded around to her, so she's going to make it 150.
That's a 3X, right?
That's a 3X.
So when you're betting, you don't take the big blind ante into consideration, right?
No,
It's just dead
Just
money.
the big blind, yeah. Well, here it's the equivalent of a small blind anyway, but
We try to do that to extend the play just a hair for the players.
it's a good change that they've made up here. But she opened for 3X, and Murray's going to look her up with 4s.
Is he going to look her up or is he going to
Well,
shove?
with this stack size here, shoves a possibility.
Because that would be 2/3 of Carrie's chips if he shoves.
Here's the problem that you got with Carrie. We've all played with her, and we've seen her defend her bigs. We've seen her defend her opens.
And every raise.
You know, Murray knows that. Yeah.
And that's what he
Yeah.
just thought. He goes, let me be the birdie in his head.
Yeah.
All right, you've got 4s. Let's shove. Oh crap! It's
Not
Carrie.
good.
She
Right.
opened. She's probably got a monster.
Right. And I think without a doubt she would have called a shove, and we'd have just been off to try to hit a 2-outer. So,
Carrie shows it.
yeah, good fold for
So
Murray.
is there benefit to her showing that? I mean, it's good news for Murray because he knows he was beat. Or should she just face down?
I think Carrie being in middle position like she was, I don't think she's opening light. I haven't seen her open light. I would expect her to really open light there. So I don't think 10s. I think 10s is exactly about where you'd have to put her anyway. You'd certainly put her on something bigger than 4s. So, Murray made the right move.
Murray doesn't make a whole lot of bad
You know,
moves.
he's the next guy at the table that plays the dumb card.
Well, he can't tonight.
But Murray is probably one of the funniest guys out there. Everybody loves playing cards with him. Good guy, and keeps everybody laughing for sure.
So looking at the chat, Edmund A says, remember they're behind us. He goes, he folds ace king there, and I'll let you figure out what TF means.
Exactly.
Yes, and that was kind of our thought when he did that.
Yeah, that's the inexperience of a tournament inexperience. You're just not going to fold ace king there. Not experienced players aren't going to do it. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he just wanted to save some chips and not be in a flip situation, but he probably wasn't even thinking like that. He just didn't want to play the hand. But
So we're setting over 200 viewers right now out on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Got gentlemen, ladies, poker players, everybody rooting your friends on. Hey, we appreciate you guys coming out and joining Mr. Darrell and myself. We're doing this because we love you guys. We love poker on top of that. And if we're not going to be sitting at the table, we might as well be talking a little bit about them.
absolutely.
I'll give you the commentary. Darrell can give you the commentary that makes sense. Rudy checks. Oh, he checked to try to get McSherry to bet. Okay.
Yeah, he tried to trap. Mike's not going to go for it.
So there we are. 23% of the chips in play. Rudy is now up from where he started. Tim's down below $1 million now. 19 big blinds. Him and Billy have very close to the same. Carrie's got 17 big blinds.
Yeah, there you go.
And I think this will be the actual last live stream that we do with the table where it is. Next week we start construction. Going in Clyde's room is the live stream table.
That'll be good. That's good.
A little more covered off, based off.
There were some big games in that room over the years, and it's a good place for it to be, for sure.
I was telling one of a big poker pro. I'm not going to name his name, but he flew in from Vegas to play one of our series a while back. And I told him, I said, don't try to bluff. It was a $25,000 buy. And I said, don't bluff. And I said, because they'll call you in that room. They're not scared. Scared money don't make money, and they like to flip it here. Well, he comes out, and I'm not going to name the guy. I mean, Clyde doesn't deserve to be named in this point. But Clyde made a call with Jack high for almost $20,000, and it was good. And that guy walked out, and he said, why didn't you tell me that you weren't joking? And I said, they are not scared in that room.
Yep. Billy takes that one down with a 2.3 raise from under the gun +1, and takes down the blinds and antes. And it's off to the next hand.
24 hands in already. 23 hands, sorry. 23 hands in. Does VPIP tell anything about what we see in the chip stacks? The most aggressive player at the table is sitting at a 34% voluntary put into the pot, and he's also the biggest. I'm not gonna say the biggest loss, but down the most.
Yeah. I don't think the VPIP matters at this point. I think you're just seeing people tighten up a little bit because either they have a huge stack, or they're afraid of one of these 10 to 12 big blind stacks that are going to shove on them, and they're not going to want to call them back. So, tournament strategies and stuff like that. If you have a 10 or 12 big blind stack, you want to try to attack the medium stacks, certainly not the big stacks, and so forth. So
let them battle themselves out of it.
So they're still just letting some of this take care of itself. This is all really pretty routine at this point. It's a little bit tight from some of the people with the big stacks because they could be in there probably taking down some blinds and antes. Some of these guys that have worked their way down to 5 big blinds, you're not scared of those guys at all. Look for some of those guys to go out now having to play against 2 and 3 hands instead of just heads up against somebody, because they're going to get called by the small and big and maybe one other, just depending on how the hand, the position of the table is going to be. So that's the reason why you start with your stacks a little bit bigger. But with Slate and Kevin, either one looking down at ace, king, queen type hands, they're going to have to go right here.
That's crazy. 25 hands in, and we're still at 10-handed.
Yeah. But we're about to lose a couple, I think, here in the next
10 minutes, and we go up in blinds. Blinds go up.
Yeah.
We're at 25-50, 25. Next we go to 30, 60, 30.
It's folded around to Tim in the hijack with ace 10 suited. Looks like he's just going to flat.
That's what he raised. That's 2 red chips.
2 red chips, so he raised 4x. Okay.
And Rudy's got a playable hand and a chip stack to play it.
So he put 20% of his chips in.
And Rudy, let's go queen 10 suited, and it folds around to Billy. Yeah. He can't do anything. Yeah. So that's kind of wild, because he min raised with ace king, he min raised with ace queen, but he 4x's with ace 10. Was maybe because of position that he's in?
Well, he wasn't in a late position, obviously, but maybe he didn't want to play ace 10 suited, so he 4x'd it. And there is a betting pattern,
That's kind of where I was going with that. And while I'm sitting around you talking poker, you make me feel like I could be a better poker player because you tell me to recognize these and I see them. But when I sit at the table, I don't think about that. I think he raised 4x. He must have a bigger hand, and that's inexperience.
Actually, it's not a bigger hand at all. It's just a hand he doesn't want to play. That's why he made it bigger. Yeah. If you know that about a player, though, you can shove back at
Exploit
him.
It.
Yeah, you shove back at him with a stack that has 3 or 4 or 5x still left in it on your shove, and get some fold equity. So, and he's certainly shown that he's going to fold hands that he shouldn't fold.
Big hands.
So
somebody just folded best hand in poker right there. I saw 5-3 go in the muck.
Once we lose a couple of players here, and I think we will soon, I think you'll start to see some of these other players, 3 and 4 bet, start to play back at some of these other players.
So we have a raise to 125,000. Billy makes the call, and from the big blind, Kerry does let it go. Heads up, ace 6 versus king queen. Yep. $325K in the pot.
Billy hits the flop.
So, knowing the experience, knowing the level, should Billy check right here? And he does.
Yeah.
Should he check again to make him think that the ace is in the lead? And he does.
He does, yeah.
And a 10. So he's kind of playing it how we expect him to.
Well, Mike had a stack that, and Billy's got a stack that if Mike shoves, he doesn't want to call off half his stack, just calling him. Again, Billy's content with taking a small pot down right there. It's really all because of the stack sizes that they both had, and Mike McSherry's profile and stuff.
Dangerous.
I mean, he's going to shove it if he's got any of it, and you just have to wonder if your king queen's good enough. Billy probably would have called him, thinking that it would have been.
It would have been a painful call.
It would, yeah, but he'd have made a call. Billy makes those kind of. He
Murray.
makes so many good reads.
Down to 10 big blinds. McSherry 9. I mean, they're starting to get more and more at the bottom because before we saw, it said 21%, 20%, 19, 18, 16, 16, and 3. And now we see 4 people at 5 big blinds or lower.
Yeah. Yeah. McSherry just went down to 9. I don't think you're going to see him wait nowhere as long as Kevin and Slade has waited. I think he'll mix it up sooner.
Action's over on Mr. Kevin. He's going to look down at 8 deuce. He hadn't got a whole lot of cards. He folded the one that we think he should have shoved, but it worked out. He still doubled up on the next hand.
Yeah. What's Rudy going to do with 5s when it's folded to him in a big stack?
I thought he was going to put all the red in there.
He's late position. See what he makes it.
Looks like 95, 120, 120. Mr. Clarence drove down from Tulsa to help us out. Came from one tournament to the next.
He's a good guy. You got you some good help right there. He's on his way to Choctaw next week to play up there.
He's going to play?
Yep.
I wish him the best of luck from here.
He's going to grind the tournament the next week or two.
He's asking how much the raise is from Rudy from the big blind. He's got a playable big blind hand. King 10 off. Defendable, not playable.
Yeah.
If he knew he had 2 overs, he probably would have made that call a little quicker.
I played with Travis a little bit yesterday. He's kind of sticky anyway, so. Oh, yeah.
And that's why he's sticky.
Yeah.
So, playing against Rudy, I was going to ask, should he check? And he did check.
And you're going to check to the guy that led pre. And you're almost always going to get a continuation bet from that guy, especially when he's got the chips that Rudy does.
And 80,000 goes in the pot from Rudy.
Yeah.
That's a down bet. That's an odd tell, or not a tell, but that's different because he raised 150 pre, 80 on the turn. Flop.
But it's not it's a down bet, yes, based on size, but for what was in the pot 290, he was basically a third. A lot of people will bet a third on their bets. See where they're at, not commit too many chips. So Travis has a lot of options here. He can go for a rip, or he can just continue to trap.
Rudy's done after this call, though. What do you think?
The board,
unless he hits a 7?
The board does have a flush draw, but it's not real wet under that, and there's a spade, so it made the flush draw. Rudy with a spade in his hand.
Check.
Yeah. It's not a surprise. Jack.
And that just made Travis's hand stronger.
Right.
So
Travis will probably be content to just check here, but he could try to get a little thin value with his king. But once the board flushed, he was good.
So Travis now up to 845,000.
Yep.
He's up 305. He's the second.
He was steady. He was steady all day yesterday when I was playing with him. He didn't get out of line.
He's another one of those one bullet buy-ins.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Those are few and far between.
Especially at Kojak's.
Yep.
On the round of each game, we call, if you're calling 5, you're calling 105. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Pre-flop raise. We've got 3 people tied for the lead. Chris Murray, Zach, and Mr. Slate at 15%.
Yeah, nothing looks out of the ordinary there. It's just distribution of cards and stuff like that. Some of them have caught a few better hands to open with, or it's been folded to them in late position and they opened with it, so that all looks normal.
went to Showdown. So going to Showdown that really depends on who you're playing and what you have.
Right.
Sometimes you want to go to Showdown to get max value, right?
Yeah.
Kevin still remains kind of card dead. Looks down at Queen 8 under the gun. Now he looks down at it. I mean, we saw it before he saw it, but
Yeah, you've got 3 players with 5 big blinds here. Kevin and Slate. Actually, Mike's back up to 9 bigs.
yeah, it went 5-5-9-9 is what it said.
Now you've got Murray coming down into 8 bigs. 9 bigs.
Tim's going to raise it up with kings from the +2,
Okay.
175. So that's even a bigger raise than we saw a while ago.
That's 3.5x. That's a little bit bigger than 3x.
So I think his raising pattern is off of the silver bullets that he's drinking. For every one more silver bullet he drinks is how the increment that goes up.
He may be one of those guys that just doesn't have any method to his madness. We'll have to keep.
Are those
watching and
dangerous?
see. Yeah, they can be dangerous, especially if they play the drunk part. But and I know he does that in the cash games at times. But it's the first time we've seen him on the tournament.
He's got 1.2 million.
Yeah. I think he'll be entertaining. Of course, you have to probably throw him out of here about once or twice a month, but
A little more.
or
often, I
threaten
think.
to throw him out anyway.
Yeah.
So.
A little more than that, I bet.
Yeah. I am surprised we haven't lost anyone yet.
Murray's only 70,000 down from where he started. Kevin's actually 10,000 up from where he started.
Yeah.
Okay, Tim had to be really careful there because seats 7, 8, 9 could have seen his bottom card when he just did that.
Yeah. Fold.
Not that it would have mattered, Jack 7, but it still plays a big part in the story of what you're building.
Folded around to Billy with King Jack. He opens for. What do you open for?
115. That's another one of those odd raises.
Well, he did the same. That's the exact same bet he made a while ago. 2.3. So he's being consistent with all of his opens, having it the same. He's doing that so you don't get a read one way or the other if he has a stronger hand.
And
on
he's
the
just
hand.
that educated.
He's that disciplined, and he knows the better player's paying attention to that. He's not going to give them nothing. So that's what he does.
Joining us in the booth right now for a quick celebrity stop by, Miss Jade.
Oh, pew pew. Hey,
Pew,
Hello,
pew.
hello,
I
hello.
can't give no more better advice than old Mr. Hopkins over here.
No, that's
Oh,
that's
I
my
got that.
when he volunteered to come in here, I was thoroughly ecstatic because now it sounds like we know what we're talking about in here.
I like Charlie's message or Charlie's saying earlier.
Yeah, he showed me that. That
Oh,
was.
Kevin's he's way past life support. He's on a ventilator, and I'm like, Charlie, a ventilator is life support.
I know.
Right.
I was trying to think of something beyond life
Right.
support.
Right. Yeah.
Daryl just paused in his conversation.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. Next. All right.
So we got lots of people rooting for Carrie, rooting for. So Chase OBR says, "Hey, let Daryl know that opening up 6x is standard OBR play. That is 100% true."
That is true. That is true, OBR. That is true.
So we got Kevin's mom watching, rooting for him over there. He needs to wake up with a hand here in the small blind. They'd already. Oh well, he'd have to wake up with a monster there because it was raised, re-raised.
Tim is the one that's got me so confused.
There is no. That's Daryl and I have been trying to figure out. Like right here, he just makes the call for 50 with ace 8 suited. Zach's gonna raise it up to 200, and we saw him fold ace king for less than that.
To pocket eights, to Murray's
Yeah.
pocket eight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he likes to make the big laydowns and show it.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that say?
Well, he's trying to set people up in his own little bind. He's trying to set them up and showing that he's laying down hands that no one else can lay down when it really isn't that important.
So
what
that's
he's
playing
doing.
the card,
Yeah,
though, right?
it's-
He's playing the part.
He's playing a part, yeah. But what's funny about him that I've kind of noticed up front is that as long as he's in the lead, he's fine. But if you play back at him,
He doesn't like to be played
he's
back.
pretty soft. He doesn't like to be played back at. So as we get down to 5 and 6 handed and stuff like that, and you have to play back, it'll be interesting to see how he holds. Is he going to be one of those that calls a 3-bet, or is he going to 4-bet rip?
Look at this.
You know, what's he going to do?
He's gonna
You know?
4-bet rip.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Rudy had to change his chips out for his big blind.
Yeah.
Oh, those Coors Lights are kicking in.
Well, that's what we were thinking. His betting methods are based off the number of bullets he's had.
Yeah, final five is gonna be interesting if he's in
Yeah.
it.
Right.
If he's in it, it's definitely gonna be.
You know
interesting.
how in craps you say, up me 1 unit on the 6? I think he goes up 1 unit on each beer that he
Yeah.
drinks.
For sure.
Billy's being patient today. So is Miss Carrie. I'm impressed. She is definitely playing to win tonight.
I told her, I said, don't get bored, little Clyde. She goes, I downloaded TV on my phone, so
125. Murray's gonna let go. Oh, and we've got an all in. So A7 may have gotten trouble. What do you think before we see it? What do you think he has?
ace four.
Seven.
I think
I say
I think he's got a hand better than that.
Tens.
Yeah.
Oh. Daryl calls it. Experience versus inexperience.
There you go.
He's been so patient. He's just not going to rep with a small hand.
And he
like
does
that.
make the call. This is what Kevin wanted, though, at this point,
Yeah.
right? He's dodging 2 aces, I think.
He's
He just
four-
doubled up, didn't he?
He's 4-1 favorite here, and if he fades the flop, and I bet he does, then he gets to be a huge favorite. So
Ace on the river.
he'll be a 9-1 favorite if he fades the flop, and then a 19-1 favorite. So of course, there's a book written, Ace on the River.
There it is.
You know.
Barry Greenspan.
Yeah. Does he still give you one every time you knock him out?
He does. I think they throw it back at him half the time. But
So
yeah.
flop comes out, Queen Jack 3,
Uh-oh.
Deuce, looking to dodge a diamond now.
Diamond or an ace.
yeah.
There it is.
Oh,
He picked it up. Good
what
job.
a big double
Good
up
job,
from
Kevin.
patient
Good
Kevin.
job.
I can go there.
We'll call him Calm Kevin. That's the end of the hand. And Miss Jade, in her celebrity appearance, is walking on out.
Gotta go get Slate in the Steve.
All right. Give him some luck. He's got about 26 minutes before we do go on a break. We're going to be doing some color ups. And we're still setting 10-handed.
We are. Kevin's been fortunate enough to double up twice. Congrats, Kevin. Let's go. He comes from a great family. I know his mom and dad, and very competitive in sports themselves. And he comes from a good tree, we'll say. So best of luck to him.
And this is his first big, deep tournament.
Right. We're getting a few texts inside here too, guys. So if you hear us chuckle a little bit, it's some things that we can't repeat. So
Oh!
that's pretty close. That's pretty close. Those two pictures are pretty close.
Oh.
Okay, Mike decides to look him up with his King 10. Folds around a Chris with 5-7 suited. Folds it.
Can Kevin work a miracle twice?
See if Kevin catches anything. Nope, that's gone. Slate. Looking for something to ship. Nope.
Tim found something. That's one thing about Tim, though. He doesn't waste any time.
Yeah. Tim in,
Pre-flop?
Tim in the small blind with Queen 10 completes. Up to Rudy. He'll wrap the table. 3 to a
5
flop.
deuce 10.
Yeah.
5 deuce 10. We always root for the nastiest stuff in
I
here.
know. I know 5-3's right in your mind. So
Oh,
5-2's
yes.
not that far away. So.
Rudy could have stole it, but he decided not to. McSherry's going to take it
I was
down.
about to say, first one bet here wins. That's usually the way it goes. But
60K into 210.
not going to work this time because Tim actually hit his queen. Tim's going to look him up.
So is that McSherry's shutdown button unless he hits a king?
I think Michael shut down right there
Or
unless
jack.
he hits king or jack, obviously. But yeah, Michael will be
Check,
done
check.
with it. Yep. Tim's not trying to get any value out of it at all.
And even though they hit their 10, it still went check, check.
Mike's never going to check
And
an
ace.
ace if he had it anyway. But he didn't open pre. He just flatted pre, so he didn't have that type of hand anyway. So he could have tried to get a little bit of value out of it. It wouldn't have worked. Mike would have folded, but I haven't even seen him try to get some of that yet. So Billy, don't think that the players like Billy aren't noticing what he's doing in some of these spots.
Even Slate. You know,
Yeah.
Slate's sitting at the bottom of the list in chip stacks now. He's still noticing. He just doesn't have the chips to
Yeah.
do what he would like to do to exploit it.
You know, if I had to guess, I would give a huge, just an absolutely huge edge to Billy in this setup right here. Rudy's got a lot of chips, and Rudy can play well at times. He's a good player anyway, but he can really play good in some spots and stuff.
Look at his focus, though.
We'll
on
have
his
to
face.
see. We'll have to see what direction. You know, somebody gets on a little bit of a heater here, and gets a pretty good sized chip stack. Then it could be somebody other than those two. But I don't. Tim's being conservative. Maybe he's just waiting for it to thin out a little bit.
Look at Billy. Even though he folded, and instantly he started watching people as they
Yeah.
were acting.
Travis with aces here. 11 bigs.
30, 60,
10
30 is what we're at.
10
30, 60,
bigs.
30.
Yep. 10 big blinds here. He wants to get full value right here. So
140.
he's just going to do a little bit over min. He wants to see at least one caller, two at the most. Wants to get full value right here. He's hoping somebody will do something stupid, and of course it didn't happen. So we're always glad when we catch aces. We're always glad to rake any pot that we can get. But man, we love to get full value when we catch a big hand like that.
So do you
Sometimes
raise to
you
get the
just
small
can't.
blind? I mean, the big blind out of there.
You know,
that
again,
the
it's
purpose of it?
it's not rocket science when you have a big pair like that. You want to make a bet that'll get it down to one or two other players at the most. So you're always trying to, with the players left behind you to act, you're always factoring that in. What size bet do I make to where I get a caller? I've played in some home games. I won't say exactly where, but I've played in some home games that as soon as you raise the next guy, as soon as the next guy calls your raise, then everybody, it seems like after that, continues to call because they think it's just going to be
It's
this
too juicy.
big old huge pot, you know, and stuff.
and
But
it kills your aces.
yeah, and it kills your aces. You see 5 or 6 people see a flop, and you get killed with Jack 9 or something, you know. So that's not what we're talking about today, the way this is going. But you are looking for that little bit of value there that you can 2 to 2.5, maybe 3x something and get a call, and then the field down to one more player.
Travis is getting a little relaxed over there, starting to joke around. That's something we haven't seen. He's been so quiet until just that point that we saw.
Right.
Oh, here we go.
There you
All
go.
In.
Slate finally got him a good enough hand.
So
Sevens are good.
He's been tight enough that everybody's probably going to fold, right?
Uh,
Unless they wake up with.
Well, let's say we'll wake up with ace queen.
That's it.
He might
and
look
that's
him
what we were
up,
talking
you
about.
know, ace king type hands. 8s are better. He shoved from the hijack, but he's got to shove with that hand. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing.
Slate's not even looking. He's pretending he's not even interested in watching TV.
I like Slate, and I like to watch him.
Another all in.
He
So here we go. A player
Yeah.
is on the, and that's not good. Seeing McSherry 7 go in the muck.
well, it's not good for Mike, but it's a flip, and you just got to win some flips. You know, all these guys have played good to get here, but you also have to get lucky in spots.
Slate just said, "Let's coin flip it."
You know, you're just flipping here. He faded the flop. That's good. Oh, near miss. Come on, Slate. Let's see what you got here. Yep, Slate
And
gets him a
Slate
double.
doubles up.
Yep. They both did what they were supposed to do, and that's why they call it a flip. And Slate stays alive, and Zach lost some chips, but he's not out. So good job, guys. Good job.
You know, that wasn't a terrible call from Zach.
No, ace queen. You're going to call. You've got to call with ace queen to a small stack.
I like his all in though, because he still had one person behind him. He's trying to build. I don't know if he meant to do this on purpose, but he's trying to build a pot on the side just in case he wakes up with a playable hand also,
Yeah.
or he was just trying to eliminate it, one or the other.
You know, if there would have been someone else that would have called, and he had a side pot, he has a good hand going in that side pot. You know, so yeah, definitely a move to go over the top. So he did what he's supposed to do. There hasn't been a lot of bad play. There's been some play with it. Not a lot of bad play. There has been some bad play in some spots, usually by the same kind of player. But I think it's just from inexperience. But you're going to have some of that. This isn't This isn't the WSOP, obviously, and it's West Texas, and
We do it a little different here in West Texas, don't we?
I will take my hats off to Kojaks. Kojaks has been here now for over 4 years, and the players that play here, whether they drive here from 2 hours away or whether they're an hour away or just live around here, the tournament setup and the series, the mini series and the big series they have, and the way they're run and structured, has allowed the players in this area to develop some tournament skills.
And we saw that in the
And
main
you're
event
seeing
this
it.
time.
Yeah, Braxton did an awesome job. Michael Slate cashed. Cruz cashed.
Tacho.
Tacho, and you have other players that even if they didn't play the main, they went out there and they did well, and that's because they have a place like this that they can come and hone their skills at and stuff like that. We really are lucky to have a place like this in our area where we don't have to drive to Choctaw. We don't have to go 6 hours every time we want to play a tournament. So it's a good thing.
Folds around to Billy. Both of them hit ace. 60,000 bet. Pot's sitting right around 330,000 now. Billy's in a little bit of trouble. And Tim likes, like you said earlier, Tim likes to be the aggressor of it.
He doesn't like to get played back at, but so far Billy's just letting him drive the bus. So see what happens here. Yeah. Yeah. Check. Both hands had values. Just check. So
That's Billy's experience, not inflating a pot when you don't have to.
I think if Tim would have fired a third barrel anyway, Billy would have folded just because Tim hasn't been doing that. And for
That's
him,
the first time, yeah.
Yeah, so for him to play the turn in the river and continue the barrel, Billy might have looked him up. But Billy, here's the deal: when you have a good chip stack like he does, and you're a very experienced player, he's the most experienced player at the table by far. You want to extend the match. If you have an edge on somebody, you want the match to go longer
Because you're the overall favorite to win.
So
it.
the longer this takes, it's the more in Billy's favor. The inexperienced player wants to shorten this. So the inexperienced player wants to get it in and
that's
make
what
people
Tim was
gamble
doing.
to take an
Yeah.
edge away.
30, 60, 30 are the blinds. 30,000, 60,000, 30,000. Travis wakes up with Queen 3. I say wakes up like it's a real hand. He falls asleep with Queen 3, better yet.
Murray's been pretty card dead here. It's frustrating to him. He ran really good yesterday. He was running pretty good today early. It just gets so frustrating when you go card dead.
Especially this late.
Yeah, and then your chips get down there where you really are limited on what you can do. But he can spin it back up. Maybe we'll just have to see if that'll happen or not.
Pretty sure 36 hands, we went from 21 players to 10. And here we are 36 hands later with still 10.
Yeah, yeah. Zach takes it down with ace-10 suited, and on to the next one.
So, 8 tournament events. 8 tournament events is what we had. We had everything from the freeze out, round of each, Big O, high roller, all in and fold, main event, deep stack, all kinds of tournaments this week. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what we had in the prize pool. We had almost $350,000 paid out this week. Well, not yet, but
Right.
330,000 is what we had in total prizes this week.
Tell you, for a mini series, it was a really good series. It
And that's
really
that's
was.
pretty good for little old 100,000 population Midland, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Murray's under the gun with ace queen.
Is this a shove time?
Very possibly.
120,000 in the pot.
Very
That's
possibly.
1/3 of what he's got,
With less than 8 bigs, it's probably a shove. So
and that's what he's calculating right now.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Looks like he's just going to raise. Well, of course, but it looks like it's just going to be just a min. He's got one of them red chips in there. Looks like 180. 205. Kevin looks down at ace deuce suit. Look at it, his frustration.
well, this is when a player bets half his stack like that. Obviously, he's
got something.
never folding. So it doesn't matter what the other player does. If a player raises him obviously he's not going to fold that spot. But what he's telling you is I've got a good enough hand
To
to
risk
play
all
for
of
my
it.
stack. By leaving some chips back, it's the stop and go type deal. Now when the flop comes, he can rep anything that flops. If he hits the flop, it's going to go in. But if he misses the flop, he can rep that he hit the flop. So a player like that, that's actually it's a good play not to ship it in and just ship it all in, because he can rep anything now that comes. Of course, it folds around, he takes it down. So, but that gave him another option that sometimes players don't see. They say I'm so short stacked, or I've got 10 bigs, I'm just going to go ahead and rip it here with my ace queen. You know, go ahead and put an open in and leave yourself enough that you can shove any flop.
And at this point, they're not going to call with 10-9
Yeah,
suited.
because we all know how many people miss a flop. I think it's like 72 or 73%.
74%. I
Miss
just
the
read
flop.
that in a book.
So if you're shipping something in on a flop, you're saying you hit the flop.
Yep.
You know, so it's a good move. I think Murray's showing some of his tournament experience there, right there. So
Graybeard is doing good today.
Yeah, he is. I know he wants to do really well.
He's been looking for this for a long time. He actually had some T-shirts made that he said he was going to wear up here tonight, and I'm pretty sure it's under his shirt.
No chopping zone. I like it. I like
He's
it.
got a T-shirt that says "No Chopping Zone."
Yeah, I like it.
So we've got just a few minutes left on the clock until we do go to. Well, I'm just kidding. Just a few minutes. It's 11.
Yeah. Be here before you know it.
190 entries in this tournament. 190, and we paid 21 places.
Yep.
Do you like that?
You know, I do kind of like the fact that if you put chips in a bag, you're in money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like that. So,
And we did a 2x this time.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you should. I think 2x is good too for a mid cash.
We did a lot of research with other poker rooms, and
Yeah.
they do 1.65. The majority of them do 1.65 or 1.5.
Right.
And
But those are rooms that are paying 12 and 15%, right?
Yes, sir.
Not just 10%. So.
and we haven't got one complaint since we started doing day two's the money. I know a lot of people like the hey come back
Yep.
100,000 bet.
Yeah. Billy's using his experience here. He's going to rep, and he's going to take the lead on the flop. And Murray showed a little weakness with his check, and he's just going to make some type of bet because he knows Murray probably doesn't want to play a hand with his.
So does that play
Again,
run the hand backwards? Murray hits the flop. The check shows the weakness. Billy bets he would shove it, right?
yeah, if he hit the flop, but
I'm just playing it from a different angle.
You know, that's why you don't. That's why you don't play an experienced player like him out of position. You know, he was forced to play him because he's big blind, but you just gotta, you know, you just don't want to go out of position against these experienced players. They're just going to constantly make you pay for that, and they really don't care if you win a hand or two along the way. It's a positive EV for them in the long run, and it doesn't take a lot of pressure. Billy knows it didn't take a lot of pressure. He didn't have to make a big bet there on the flop.
60,000.
Yeah, because he knew that Chris couldn't stand any kind of heat. So
chalk up another silver bullet for seat 2.
yeah,
Got him one more.
man, those aren't little cans either.
No,
are they?
they're 24 ounce.
And he ought to just go ahead and get an IV or something.
They're monster cans. Tap In Tavern, the official sponsor of Seat 2 tonight. Mr. Slate wakes up with pocket eights, and he says, "All
Yeah.
in, all you can eat." We saw 2 moves from Slate. All in with pocket sevens. They held up.
Yeah.
Now he's under the gun, early position. He makes a move with pocket eights.
Yeah.
Another
Uh-oh.
all-in bet. Ace King right
Yeah.
behind him.
Mike's got a flip too, so
So Mike is actually the one that's all in at this point. Slate has him covered.
both these guys need chips, doing what they got to do.
So we could potentially see our 10th place finisher.
Yep.
And it's a little. McSherry's a little more than a 50% favorite, 64 to 36.
Yeah.
Flop comes out 5-4-9, beautiful for Slate, ugly for McSherry. I guarantee you, Michael's going to win this hand though.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. That's our first
Yep.
tournament elimination of the final table. We are down to 9 players with 8 minutes left before we go to break. Mr. McSherry now has 750,000 chips.
Mr. Slate.
Did I say McSherry?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant Mr. Slade. I'm so sorry. So eliminated in 10th place, $1,470. Our new software actually shows the payouts. $1,470 off a $500 buy-in. Did you see that hand in the main event that took 37 minutes?
Yeah, that was crazy. He tanked with Jack 4. He was the first time he tanked with Jack 4. You know, he was in a tough spot, and
That 37-minute hand, I didn't think.
he was in a tough spot.
He must have
because-
had a big tell.
Well, he had blocker. You know, the Jack was blocking some other hands and stuff, and he just felt like his 4 might be good right there. And but yeah, that's a long tank, 37 minutes. So,
And I'm very impressed with the other guy not calling clock with the
Yeah.
amount of money on the line.
yeah.
It had to be nerve-wracking though, didn't it?
It had to be nerve-wracking, but he wanted to call so bad. I mean, obviously he knew he was good if it's taking that long to call. So, but yeah, it was good. They were playing for crazy money.
10 million to 6 million.
10 million, 6 million.
I'd have been happy with
Crazy money.
6.
Yeah, so crazy.
Murray folding the best hand, 5-3. And just like that, Slate pulls in.
Yep.
He was in the big blind, so he got a free 30,000 on that round.
Yep. Yep.
30,000 chips is big stacking value. Slate is now, I think, your big winner on this table. 410,000 up. No, I'm sorry. Tim is up 560,000.
He is taking the chip lead for sure.
Rudy's down almost 300,000. Mr. Zach's down 200 exact. Billy Ward is up 200,000, over 1.1 million. Here's the aggression frequency. Billy Ward, 30%. Tim Rokey might as well be 30%. What is the aggression frequency? So you've got the VPIP, voluntarily put in pot, pre-flop raise, went to showdown. Aggression frequency. Is that how often you open?
I'm not
Or
sure
not?
on that with that software what they're talking about on that. It could be how often that something's 3-bet. But we haven't seen a lot of 3-bets and 4-bets. Everybody's played pretty tight so far.
Okay, so aggression frequency in poker, AFQ, and that's exactly what that is this a statistic used in the online software which expresses the percentage of a player's non-checking action that are aggression on any given street.
Okay.
Bets and raises are all counted as aggressions,
Okay.
while calls and folds are not.
Okay.
That's good to know. I did not know that.
I didn't know that either.
Flop out of 3 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds, 10.
Oh,
Set of 3s for Kevin. And he
Yeah.
checks it.
oh my goodness.
He checked that. Hoping somebody hits something. So this is a good spot. He's on the button. He could be looking like he's trying to buy it. Maybe somebody come over the top, but nobody has
He
it.
went ahead and put 60 out. That's good. He should get a call there.
Ace 5 looking for a 4. Tim's got plenty of chips to make that call.
Slate's wondering what's going on here. He's going to look him up though. He's got
Slate
two-
does not want to hit a call.
Oh, he's got 2
Yeah.
overs. He's thinking that he'd be good if he hit. Tim's folding, but that's what Tim does.
Slate does not want to hit a pair.
Nope. No.
And Bodie Boat for Mr. Kevin. We're going to call him extremely patient Kevin.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And to this point, it's paying off.
So he came to the final table with 150,000 chips. And with that right there, he had 200. He's about to add 330,000 to it. And there it goes
He's
right
really
there.
good. He's up to 530.
He's up to 530. But he's only in second to last.
Yeah.
A lot of that's so many chips. I mean, being as experienced in tournament play as you are, is it not fun to have 1 million chips in your stack?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Especially when
Wow.
everyone here started off with 40,000.
Yeah.
Billy's building his wall.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
He is building his wall. $3 minutes and 20 seconds until we do go on a break. will be coming back from break with 40,000, 80,000, 40,000.
Oof. They're getting up there now.
I mean, you can't really go anywhere from 30, 60, 30. That's the next move. 35, 70 is not really a blind level.
Yeah, true.
44 for Travis.
That's going to take Chris down to just a little over 4 blinds. So,
Ooh.
yeah.
So he's got essentially 2 minutes to double up before that happens. Travis says all in. He's in the +3. A lot of people behind him. He's looking to dodge. Slate looks down at Queen 10. It is no good. Tim says how much? Watch him look down at Jack. He says how much with Jack 8. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
That's playing the card, right?
That's right. That's right.
So Travis's stack is now 780,000 chips. Man, you still 2 or 3 blinds a level. That's half your stack. I mean, that's a 50% increase in your stack. 3 players now over 1 million. I think there's around 7.8-ish million chips in play. 7.5 million chips in play. Billy Ward looks down at the 72. Cash game, he would have probably raised that.
And 6 and a fold.
So somebody's got to wake up with some face cards, right?
Yep. Kevin's a fold. Let's see what Slate's.
Oh, he's got the
finally.
hooks.
Yeah.
So there's only 3 players left to act. This isn't an all-in move, but he did grab a red chip. He grabbed 2 red chips. Let me rephrase that. 205 is the action.
Nobody home. But anyway.
That's 205 wins 120,000. That's so crazy.
Pretty crazy.
This is a neat little statistic up on screen, isn't it? How you can see the live track.
Yes. Yeah, I like that.
52 seconds. So this looks to be the last hand. We're going to take a little break in the booth. We're going to go double check the chip counts, make sure they're all right. We'll be taking a 15-minute break. So we will be quiet for about 12 of those minutes. Then we'll come back. And we're not going to bother the players. Usually we like to bring the players in, but they're focused. They're super focused. Let me go beyond that. They're extremely focused on $20,000 right now.
I don't know what you're doing, but I saw some bread pudding, so I know what I'm doing. So,
And everybody looks like they may be ready to go on break. They're showing no interest in the hand. Of course, the cards are pre-tracing that. Tim says, I'm interested.
yeah. Uh-oh. Look at him.
Look at him.
Look at him. He's like, everybody wants to go on break. Folded to me.
And look, they say, do you have something? He goes, well, I don't know. I bet it, didn't I?
Right. We take a drink of my beer here. Here, hold my beer.
Yeah, hold my beer. Oh, we got an all-in.
Uh-oh. Now we're going to get a snap fold for Mr. Tim.
Well, we saw him fold Ace King. We saw him fold Ace Queen. Watch him snap call this.
He snap calls Queen 3. I'm out of here. There it goes. Break time.
Break time, ladies and gentlemen. We will be on a swift break. We will see you guys on the flip side. We are coming back from action. From action. We're coming back from break to what is going to guaranteed be action. Blinds just got raised to 40,000, 80,000, 40,000. That's a huge, huge difference when you're looking at an average chip stack of 830,000 chips.
Yep, absolutely. Carrie's down now to 5 big blinds, and so is Chris. So they're going to have to get it going pretty quick. Travis, fairly short. Looks like Rudy's got the lead, small lead, 1275 to 1245 to Tim. Billy's over $1 million. Slate's close to $1 million.
When you look at this board though, the win loss over on the right hand side, you see one player's down 400,000. That's Rudy from where he started.
Right.
One player's down 165,000. One player's down 80,000, and the rest of the players are up.
Yep.
They benefited from some. Each one of them has gotten some of Mike McSherry's chips, who finished in 10th. I mean, I hate to. I'm not trying to throw any shade or anything, but he brought 930,000 chips to the table, and they pretty much evenly got distributed across the board.
The way it worked out. Yeah. No one's really been on a heater. Stack sizes have stayed pretty good. Tim's increased his, 320,000. Pretty good increase. Maybe there's an art to folding ace king in the spot that he folded way back early. So I think that was the right play. We sent that message out just to see what you guys thought. A few players text back saying that they felt like he probably should have called that down. But here he sets with what is close to the chip lead. So we'll see how it plays out. Here we go.
I figured out something pretty snazzy here. Look at this. You click on stack and look at the screen.
Yep. Oh, cool.
I can show that. I just figured that out on accident. I didn't mean to.
Look at that.
So Billy Ward pulls in a pot, pair of nines, pair of deuces, ace kicker, good enough for 440,000 chips.
I think you'll start to see Billy get a little more aggression in here with these kind of blinds and stuff like that.
Is this where you see him start to pull away from the rest of the field?
I think you'll really start to see the experience here pay off and stuff. He'll dance around a few of these short stacks and stuff, but outside of that, he'll start to put a little bit of pressure on the players to his left, which is Kerry and Zach. And Chris is kind of short. So he's on the button now. See how it comes out. But I think it starts to favor him in the later stages of the tournament for sure.
So 46 hands is what we're on right now. 46 hands in. We've only lost one player. We could be in for a long evening.
I bet we're going to look up here pretty soon.
And see 5 players.
By the end of this level, maybe even, and only have about 5 players. So
30-minute blinds. That's still a lot of time, though, isn't it?
It is a lot of time. Structure was good to the tournament. I guess there'd be a case to say that you go to 40 minutes on the second day, but I think the tournament's played pretty good to this point. So
Slate raises to 200,000. Zach waits up with queens.
Yep, gonna get it in there.
So shoves it 730,000 into the pot. What do you do if you're Mr. Slate at this point? You tried from the +2. You showed strength, and somebody said, "I've got more."
He put 25% of his stack in there. Ace Jack is a solid hand. He's down to 580, which is, blind wise. He's looking at 8 bigs, 7 bigs now. I don't know. It's tough. I can make a case to go with it. I'll make a case to lay it down. Just.
He turned over to Yvonne and he said, "That's a lot."
That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely has a decision to make, though.
Yeah. He's got 40% equity in his hand.
In hands like this, what type of equity do you look at to make a call?
I don't like the flip right here at this stage, but they're still not into the big money yet, and he's got to get some chips at some point. I think if he, I can, like I say, I can make a case to call there, and I also make a case to fold.
So you're what are you more 60-40, just like this 60-40 fold?
Yeah, it's just whatever you want to go with.
I bet you what he's thinking right now is $220 or $100 bills. Looks pretty nice in my pocket. I bet he lets it go.
He's only two hands away from being in the bigs, but I don't know. He might not catch a hand as good as Ace Jack suited again.
He looks straight at the camera.
Yeah.
He's making the count, seeing exactly what he has. Picks up his card cover.
What's so funny about this, if it's obviously if it's Ace King, it's automatic call, and if it's Ace Queen, it's probably a call. Ace Jack is just one of those crazy little hands that's just not quite good enough in some cases. But
What about it being suited? Does that play?
yeah,
even
suited
more?
helps a little bit, but it's such,
He lets
you
it go.
know,
He lets it go.
the suited part of that's not going to make the difference that you need it to make. He's just a tough spot. He lives another day. Kevin's under the gun here with ace-10 suited and about 7 bigs.
He's been entirely disciplined this whole tournament so far, but that's really because he's been card dead too.
He's going to go ahead and open here. Murray's really watching how he handles his chips.
Slate may shove.
Ace-6 suited for Slate. Probably going to lay that down since someone opened in such an early position. Yeah, there he
We
goes.
see a lot of well, I'm looking at a cash game method. We've seen
Yeah.
a lot of people, take a big loss like that and then come back and just shove the next hand.
Oh,
no.
right there, Cowboys.
Here comes experience.
Yeah.
Is he just going to
Cowboys.
call? Oh, 225.
Yeah.
Oh, Murray says all
Oh
in.
yeah, good spot for Murray. Thanks for his stack. That's why he was watching Kevin handle his chips so much.
Now
He'd
Kevin pretty much has to fold here, doesn't he?
Um,
All in and a call behind him.
with his stack size, I think I would have to get out of the way with that. Ace-10 obviously is not good there with a small re-raise. That's actually encouraging. That bet size that Billy made was encouraging you to call. He didn't know that Chris would be shipping, so he got what he wanted anyway.
he
If
lets
Kevin
go.
was to come along, he'd really love it. But he's big 4-1 favorite here, going pair over pair, and Chris will probably be our next man out. So,
9.
and he is. So
I was looking for the 9 for the
Yeah.
chop. The worst possible.
good
scenario.
job though, Chris. You played a good tournament. Played well. Congrats.
Finishing 9th place, $2,010. Congratulations to Mr. Chris Murray. Played a hell of a tournament. So 8th place is really the last kind of nominal payout that you see, 2,300. Then it starts the jump, 700, 900, 1,400, 2,000 almost.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got 8 players left.
Carrie's now our short stack with 355,000, so she's down less than 5 big blinds. She really needs a
So looking at the chips, you've got
2-0.
Carrie with 4 big blinds.
4
You've got-
bigs. Yeah.
Yep, 5, 7, 7, 13, 15, 15. And then you got Billy picking up that big hand, heading up towards 2 million chips.
Yes.
He's got 25% of the chips in play. That's a very neat statistic when you look at that.
Looking to stretch his lead a little bit. Could be the person to win 3 main events.
Yes. So action's moving around. Billy is maybe getting on a little heater here.
Yeah.
Carrie looks down. Her chip stack's short. Ace 5 may be beautiful. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. You know, it's folded to her there. It's good enough to ship on.
All
She's
in?
in a cutoff, and
Kevin must have a hand because did you see the way he kind of
yeah,
leaned straight back?
a little bit of a decision to make here is what his body's saying. But let's see what he's got here. Must not be. 10-2, fold, and Carrie takes the blinds.
That's all she was really wanting to do with that. She didn't want to see a flop. She didn't want to call.
No. You get a call there most of the time, you're really in a bad spot. going to be just a bigger ace there, crushing you.
So just looking at the win stat, cumulative winnings.
Yeah,
That's a new screen that we haven't seen before.
Yeah,
So Billy's up 900, Tim's up 320.
yeah.
Silver bullet number 22. He is now double fisting it, drinking out of one between his legs, one in the cup holder, and then one behind him. So we could see some action, fireworks happening here in just a little bit. Ace 8 and the +2. 160,000 already in the pot. You know, $20,000 isn't exactly life-changing money. It's month-changing money, but it's not life-changing money. And every single one of these players want that $20,000 just as much as they want that trophy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Nice little purse for a little weekend tournament, though.
Yes, sir.
Right in your own backyard. So
that's how fast you can go from 750,000 to 450,000.
yeah. Rudy has played extremely tight, and he's seen 400,000 or so of his chips pretty much just get blinded off. So it'll be interesting to see when he decides to turn the aggression up here.
Because his VPIP is 8%, pre-flop
Yeah.
raise 8%, aggression 20%.
Yeah, his numbers are really low. He is just he's really just folding his way down the ladder there. But
And he's starting to get frustrated. You see his face when he threw that one.
Mm-hmm. He's one of those guys that likes to get down to 2 or 3 and chop. He does a lot of chopping, but
All in with ace king. Kevin cannot call that.
nope. Looking to pick up a hand.
No.
Nothing there.
Well, he
Nothing
puts
there.
580 in, the pot's 740. That's a huge chip jump every time you steal some blinds.
Yep.
And we're at the point in the tournament where the bet blind's big
absolutely.
enough to start to see all in as a valid option only move, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, there's different formulas out there. I like to use one that's around 25% myself. If there's 25% chips that add up to 25% or more, you're stacked, and your only move is to ship. Just kind of a little line that I draw in the sand there. You know. So you've got 160,000 in chips dead out there right now. So if you got anything less than 540, your only move is to rip. So, and
Look at the
obviously,
payouts.
right. Getting a massage here. Here we go. 6-2. He's going to need a massage after he sees the 6-2. Billy next. 9-5. Here we go. Now we're going to open it up some. Not good. Billy's going to go ahead and open with 9-5. He's seeing people tightening up a little bit. He's going to open his range a little bit. He knows Slate's not going to play nothing but premium back here with his stack. Tim has certainly been super tight. Rudy's been super tight. Now you're starting to see Billy use what he's learned earlier in the day. Slate says ace queen is enough to ship. And of course, Billy will fold.
He throws 575 in,
Yep.
920 now in the pot.
Billy was just trying to open because of where the blinds were, who were in the people that were in the blinds, and what they've shown to this point, which is just to be super tight.
He says, I need a count.
Yeah, he was opening with any 2 cards. He's just showboating here. He wouldn't call on a real bad day, but he's never calling this bet.
$575 total.
Billy's never putting in a third of his stack with those kind of cards. It's just completely a show.
So it never goes through his head that this might be my only chance to bust him.
No,
Okay.
no, not for a third of your stack. And where we're at in the
Look at him
tournament,
laughing.
yeah.
He knows he
Yeah.
got caught.
He wants you to think that he's laying down ace 10, ace jack, or something that's, not even close to what he's got.
So is
But,
he
yeah.
trying to talk himself in a way to call?
No, he's just completely showboating.
Or does he already know the decision?
Yeah, he knew it as soon as Mike Slate shoved.
So right now he's saying, why did I do that?
What he's doing is he's I don't know. Some people will say he's putting Mike on ice a little bit. What he's doing is some players make other players sweat, just so that they don't get out of line. I don't know that that's 100% what's going on here. Billy is obviously just showboating, but I don't think you're going to intimidate Slate. It's just something that needs to go in the muck and move on to the next hand. But again, as these blinds go up and up and up, and since we're on 30-minute intervals, I'm not going to say Billy's intentionally slow playing, but I will say that it helps his case
To take a
to
minute off the clock.
take a little bit of time up to where those blinds click again and again
Yeah, because that
because of
benefits
what's
him.
going on. Now, he may be doing that, and he may not be doing that.
So all of a sudden that 9 big blind
Right.
turns into 6, the
Yeah.
5 turn into 2.
Our next blinds are 5,100.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying he's doing that, but it would certainly not be out of reason for him to be doing that. And it's not illegal. You have time to. You're supposed to have a couple of minutes to make your decision. If he wants to exercise that right, then go ahead. There's not a clock in here. Up in Choctaw and stuff like that, at their main events and stuff, they have a 30-second shot clock.
We don't.
But we don't
we've
have
talked
one here.
about it, but
Yeah,
we
we
don't
don't have
like
one here.
it.
So, and I don't think there's a need for that right now. But at this point and what's going on right here is a case for it.
Ace Quisha.
Yep.
Ace Quisha for Carrie for all of her chips. They are in the middle.
Carrie says, I got to go with this one. And she's right. She does.
Half a Slate's chip stack to make that call. That's just not doable.
Yeah. 10 Jack, we all know, is a good computer hand. Basil loves it. It's not good here against Ace Queen, obviously, but it's not that far behind.
It's
But,
covered by hearts. It's covered by everything.
Yeah, well, it is covered since the suits are covered for sure. Yeah, it's not a normal 60-40. It's a 71-29 kind of deal. So he lays it down like he's supposed to.
That's one thing Tim does well is he acts fast.
Tim hasn't played bad. I mean, I know we talked about him folding Ace King earlier, but
It's not the wrong move.
he didn't give away a third of his chips either by losing a flip, and he still holds the edge because he has his chips.
So Zach asks for a count.
Yep. I don't know why.
So we've got some
Yeah.
we've got some fans of Daryl,
Uh-oh.
Don Lon, and Charlie Norm. So Daryl is now known as Daryl Lon, and Charlie is now known as Charlie Norm
Oh, wow.
from the WSOP. Oh, we like it. Thanks, Ken. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Ken.
you.
Yeah.
So Kevin's mom's really rooting him on. I know all of his family is watching this from out there
Yeah.
in Facebook and Twitch. George is out here rooting. Oh, he went back to the football great Notre Dame movie.
Yeah.
Rudy.
Rudy. Right. Well, kind of like what we talked about over 2 hours ago. Billy has managed to work his way to the top, and Rudy's still up towards the top.
You called it.
We talked about it 2 hours ago.
Yeah, you called
And-
exactly what was going to
and-
happen.
And here it's coming. And Tim's still in the mix. So we're going to see how these last few chips go that Slade and Carrie and Kevin have and Zach. And we're going to see which piles they go in. And we're going to see how these plays out. There's still a lot of play to go here. And it's getting good, but it's going to get even better. So
So we were talking about Kevin should have shoved earlier with ace 9, right?
Yeah.
Now, Zach just looked down at ace 9. Entirely different scenario because he's first to act.
Right. Well, he's at 930, so he still has over 10 bigs. Kevin was down to 5 bigs when he had ace 9.
Zach raises it up with ace jack.
Yep. And he was in the small blind, and Billy
That was
says
a big
that's
raise,
okay.
290,000 chip raise.
Yeah. And again, Billy is experienced. He at this point wants to extend this contest. He just does. He not going to play and splash around. He's got the chips.
At heads up, he might make that call at heads up. Right?
He's worked to get the chip advantage, and now the chips are in his favor. The clock's in his favor. The experience is in his favor. You start clicking off all the boxes, and
the tournament's within reach. The championship is within reach.
That's what you get with that kind of player.
So we have 3 two-time main event winners: Dante from El Paso,
Yeah.
Billy Ward, and Braxton Dunaway.
Yeah.
And Billy is within the realm of just eliminating those two, becoming the first 3-time main event winner at Kojak's.
Yep. Yeah.
But I will have to give credit where credit is due. Mr. Rudy Borg is the all-time money winner at Kojak.
Is he really?
He is the all-time money winner.
I did not know that. Congrats to Rudy for that. It's good.
So, first raise that we've seen from him, 255,000.
Pocket sevens. Into Zach. 1.1 with King Queen.
He looks a little antsy. He
Oh,
can't shove
but-
right here.
Yeah.
Not unless he's 100% dedicated to that. It's a position bet by Rudy. That would be his only justification for a shove right here.
Exactly.
1,090,000. He does let it go. Actions on Billy now. Oh my gosh, all in. So at this point,
Yeah, Billy's
Rudy
not.
knows that
Billy's
he's got a
not
big
going to
hand.
jack around with it. He's going to go ahead and ship it with jacks. Get rid of carry. Rudy's got a big decision here now.
Rudy says, "Billy, are you serious?" Is what he just said.
I'm going to bet that Rudy folds this. And
I don't think there's any chance he can call that.
I think it's about 80 to 20 that he folds. Yeah. Yeah, he's just not going to do that.
And Billy shows.
Rudy has played enough with Billy to know that Billy's not just jacking around right there.
You know, we've seen in cash games, Billy will do that with 7 deuce.
Oh, yeah.
Just
yeah,
an
yeah.
instant all in, just no thoughts about it. And I was thinking, is that going to come into factorization here when Rudy looks at that, or is it too deep in the tournament?
It's still too deep for that. It's not going to factor in here because there's too much at stake. I mean, we're not playing anymore for just a couple $1,000s. You know, legitimately, we're playing for 20,000 right
Yeah.
now. You know, and we're just not going to get that little jack around.
That's
that-
2
that
stacks
you
of high
get,
society
yeah.
right there.
Yes. It's different
As
than
Matt Damon
throwing
says.
200 or 300 in pre-flop on a live stream just to make a point.
Look at that.
But,
That's the blinds right there.
yeah,
That's 80,000 chips.
yeah. Wow, look at that.
I mean, that's just crazy to look at that, isn't it?
Zach's like, dang. Took a lot of my stack just to post.
Looks like Zach's drinking the silver bullets, but he's
Yeah.
actually drinking monsters.
Is that what he's at?
He's drinking monsters.
Yeah.
Slate can't do much with 93.
Slade has done a good job just keeping his stacks up and taking down the blinds here and there, and he's done a good job. Zach's had some tough hands, man.
He really has.
Ace-4 and the cutoff against those two.
And it's hard to play cutoff when Billy's behind you.
When you got Billy, the chip stack, the leader right behind you, it just ties your hands up a little bit more. And then on the other side of Billy, you got a lady that looking for anything to shovel.
She's just praying for a face card right now. You know she is.
It's a tough lineup for Zach right now at the table, but
Because he's got one of the chip leaders in front of him.
yeah,
Then he's got one of the chip leaders behind him.
Yeah.
He's sitting right in a terrible
and
spot.
the blinds are so big, it's just chewing away at his stack. Yeah, he's in a tough spot. He's got to hope that he's on the right side of the cooler here in a minute. You know.
You know, he is up 280,000 chips coming to the final table. He's over $1 million. We have 3 players over $1 million. Slate is at 920,000.
Yeah.
I mean, we look at this. Look at this win percentage again.
Oh yeah.
With that last hand, Rudy took a big hit to his stack. He's down 815. But I mean, one-handed, he's right back up.
All right.
Billy Ward, 900, almost 1 million chips up from when he came over to this table.
Yeah, Rudy probably will look back at this if he goes back and watches the tape. He's been really, really a little too non-aggressive or
Is
whatever.
that how you play Ace 9?
From small against big,
Yes.
absolutely.
Well, he's seen how
Well,
Kevin
it's-
has only
it's-
played
Yeah.
manufactured hands that are in his favor.
Kevin is never going to play nothing but a top 5 hand right there. You could shove on Kevin right there with 80%, maybe 90% of all hands dealt to you. You know,
Queen
it's
7
just,
can't do much.
you just can do it.
Look at that. One player with 1% of the chips. The rest of them have a numbered big blind.
Yeah.
And that just shows you where
Look at that! All of a sudden, Rudy's down to just 10 bigs, and now he's in like 5th place. Yeah, he just hasn't played many hands, and when he did step out, like with the 7s, he got slapped. You know, so
And that's only by the grace of the poker gods.
Yeah.
You know, he wakes up behind him. He's not supposed to wake up with jacks at that point.
he might look back at this tape and say, "Man, when I had such a huge lead,
I should have.
I should have been putting a little pressure on these guys." But you know, especially when Michael McSherry was still in between, he had 2 players to his left before he got to Billy.
Yep.
He could have applied a little
Carries
bit of
all
pressure.
in, and she's got a monster.
Oh yeah.
She's praying somebody
There
wakes
you
up
go,
behind her.
girl. Yep. She's hoping Slade has a hand that he can call with. Look at him. It's like, what you got? She's like, I don't have much. Look how happy she is.
Slade says, you gotta hate money. She has the same look right now
she-
that she had when she had aces.
I know, but look at her with her chin up.
Look at her
And
smiling.
She's trying to act like she doesn't want to be happy, but she can't. She's so happy to have kings.
But you know, even though picking up no callers, she still instantly has 635,000 chips.
Yeah.
I love
We used to play, for some of the old timers out there listening, we used to play in a game in Odessa, and there was a guy that played with us, and you could just get him to talking, and you could try to get him to laugh, and you could kind of tell the strength of his hand and stuff, because he just couldn't control his facial emotions and stuff. You know, he was so funny.
And Carrie's thoroughly excited to be
Oh
this
yeah,
deep.
gotta
And
be.
to pick up kings.
And
at
to
that
pick
point?
up kings, yeah, yeah,
Rudy continues his card dead action.
yeah.
You can see the frustration starting to mount in his face also.
Yeah.
Same with Zach. He's got a playable hand, the Kojak,
Yep.
but it's not as playable with Billy sitting behind you at 2 million.
Right. Well, and that's a good point that you bring up right there. The hands that maybe weren't good 2 hours ago, they're better now because you're shorthanded and you're in a different spot. The stack sizes are, King Jack has a little more power than it did when you had a full table and bigger stacks and so forth. So,
And he pulls it in.
Yeah, he pulls it in with
160,000
King
more
Jack.
chips.
I think that's why you saw Billy open with 9-5 a while ago. But the biggest reason you saw Billy open with 9-5
His
was
chips.
because of where the blinds were.
Oh yeah.
It was Tim and Rudy down there, and they hadn't showed any desire to play, and he was just going to open wide.
And that
Yeah.
goes back to paying attention.
Yeah, he'll probably do it again here.
He's been
in a
watching.
second, so
He's been watching who has been raising what.
yeah. Fold, fold. Another fold by Kerry. See what Zach has. 5-4 fold. Travis fold. Kevin's got him a hand, pocket tens, and he's going to go in with that. Slate 6-7 will be a fold, and then it'll be up to the blinds. Tim folds. Tim looks at his cards early, so he knows what to do when it gets to him. Rudy has 5-3, and this will be a fold, and Kevin will take down the blinds with his tens. Yep. Chip counts, Billy up top 1.9, Zach up to 1.3. Billy's under the gun and folds. Oh, I'm sorry. Billy's under the gun and we're just now getting our cards out. Kerry has ace-9, decides to muck it. Fold, fold. Fold it around to Slate on the cutoff. Ace-8. Raised to 160. Tim folds. Rudy squeezes out Queen 7. And folds. Back to Zach in the big blind with 6-5 off. 1.1 million. $80,000 to call. He may call 80 to see a flop. Yep.
Not a terrible move.
No,
from
not
the
at
big
all.
blind.
He just had a big blind to see a flop, and here we go. Oh, and he hits his 5. Ten, 7, 5 flop, a rainbow flop hits the big blind Zach. He checks it over to Slate. See if Slate will want to continue here or not.
600 in his stack, 400 in the pot, and he does check.
Checked it back. Yeah. Zach decides to lead out on the turn, and that's going to be enough to take the pot now.
Now, if Slate would have came over the top right there, Zach would have had to have folded. Ace Jack is in the range of that play, right?
Yeah, yeah. But I think after you get the check on the flop from Slate, then Zach's got to lead with, most turn cards. He's not going to do that with an ace or king. Jack's at the top end, so he led small, which was fine. Mike wasn't going to continue. Fold from Kerry, Kevin. Slate will fold. Looks like Tim's going to splash around with 6 deuce suited in position. Let's see what Billy does here with 10-9. Billy hits middle pair and checks it over to Tim. Tim's going to rep an ace, and Billy's going to insta-fold. Move on to the next hand. Billy's leading at 1.8. Zach's 1.4. Kevin and Michael are short stacks. Kerry also. Blinds are up to 5,100K. Travis's first act with 9 bigs in his stack. These blind levels are really getting up there. Slate with 6 bigs, Tim with 11, Rudy with 7, Zach with 14, Billy with 17. Man. Time to catch a little run good right here.
So in a tournament, a lot of people like to start off hot, running good. When the blinds mean nothing. It's better to run hot at the very, very end of a tournament.
I'm not going to turn down any hot streak, but I certainly would like to have one way at the end of it. But I like to have a bunch of them all the way. Yeah.
8 players remain, 62 hands in the main event.
I think Billy's going to turn up the aggression again one more notch
Here it
in
comes.
here. Yeah.
Choctaw Nuts raising it up.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he just calls. Uh-oh, Carrie says
Uh-oh.
all in. Oh, Billy instant folded.
Yeah.
She said all in. Billy said he was trying to set up something to represent on the flop.
Yeah, he was going to bet most flops lead enter because, again, for the reason we know, Most
Now,
people
does
miss
Carrie
the
know
flops.
that? Is that why she just
I
thinks it's
don't.
shoved
I don't think Carrie knows that. I think that she caught Billy
at the perfect time? Perfect timing?
well, showing no aggression. She just decided, if you're not going to do it, I am. So,
I mean,
so
that
she
works.
did, and that's like, yeah, it's a good move. It works till it doesn't.
It works 100% of the time, except for that one time that it does not. So, quick look at the chips. It's getting close to time for Rudy to have to stop the bleeding.
Yep. Yeah, he just hasn't played much.
100,000. And Tim's away from the table.
Cocktails.
Unbelievable. All in.
Cocktails.
All you can eat. Pocket jacks.
Here we go, Jacks.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Fold. Instant fold.
Yep.
Fold, 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 fold. Slade started the hand with 600, ended it with 800.
Yeah.
That's plus 2 big blinds.
True, but it's 34% of a stack.
Yes. Slate could be our next million chip winner. You know, we critique, we criticize a lot of the play on here because we can see the cards. You know, we know what's going on. But as for first timers, Kevin has not played a bad tournament. He's played a very, very well maintained tournament.
Kevin has been very patient. And again, we don't completely know the experience level that he has, but I can tell you just by watching him, it's something to build on for sure. You know, so
It's a big step in the right direction.
yeah, he has represented well, and that's all you try to do, and he's done a good job with that. Hasn't caught a lot of hands, and he's still around. So,
Here comes Silver Bullet 27.
all in for the Rudolph.
Ooh, almost off the chips.
Ace Trey. Wow. Billy,
That's the desperation coming in at the blinds,
yeah,
right?
Billy hoping to squeeze out something and not.
It's
Yeah,
entertaining to watch how the players
uh-oh.
look at the cards.
Yeah.
You know, when they're really hoping for something
Yeah.
big.
And he took it down.
So do you think that action earlier, that type of pressure, that type of aggression earlier would have played more to benefit his stack when he came as because he was an overwhelming chip leader when he came to this.
You know, the thing about having a big stack when you start a final table, being the chip leader at a final table, you can take a certain percentage of your chips out and say, you know, maybe it's whatever chips is over 25 bigs. And you can use those chips to weld against other players as far as raising, opening, and 3-betting and stuff like that in position against them, because once you get to different stack sizes, you're playing different ways. He certainly had more chips than that, so he could have, I think he started the day with 40 bigs. He could have taken 15 of those bigs kind of and said, hey, I'm going to splash with these a little bit, apply pressure in some of these spots and do that. But he didn't. He just decided to play tight. But
So now is that what Billy's doing?
um,
Is he setting aside a certain saying, hey, I can apply pressure to these people in the big blind. These are my play chips.
it's not what Billy's doing now because the blinds are so big at 100K. He's sitting on 16 bigs. So he is going to apply a little bit of pressure, but you watch, it'll just be mainly to his left. And he's got to be careful till Carrie gets knocked out. Once Carrie gets knocked out, Carrie's option is really just a shove. So even if Billy opens, Carrie's her only move is to shove.
So average chip stack's 937,000 chips. We have 5 players under that. Three players over.
Billy's got 2 players right behind him with a third of his stack. So he's got to be careful with those. He doesn't want to lose a third of his stack because then he's actually even with whoever wins that pot.
Oh, yeah. So let's take a quick peek at the chip stacks. So everybody's in the number to the big blinds.
Yeah.
$315,000 chip raise. Excuse me. King Jack, the Kojak, representing Kojak's Live, sitting in seat number 4, Mr. Zach Terry, hoping nobody wakes up with anything behind him. So that was a little over a 3x raise.
Yeah.
We've seen him pretty consistent in the 3 to 3.5.
And he's almost tied for the chip lead.
So who's your pick to win right at this moment? If knife to the jugular, pick one.
You wouldn't even have to use a knife. I'd still pick Billy. Yeah, this is definitely Billy's tournament to lose. I don't think he'll disappoint, but he's got a huge edge on these. But the blinds are coming up so fast, it takes away a little bit from the skill level advantage he has, and just becomes kind of who gets on a heater. Somebody gets on a heater here now, they could take it down.
That's all it takes. Just 3 hot hands.
But barring any kind of heater, then he's going to grind it out.
So we were in this situation earlier with Ace 9, and he instant folded it. Now Ace 8, because of where he is, he shoves it. Now does Rudy have to call 100,000 in there? It's 200. It's 250 for Rudy to call. Rudy's got 750,000 chips. He can't really make that call now unless he's got. Oh, there's a call. Call from Tim. Rudy can't.
Call for 2.
So is Rudy looking at a call for a double chance to knock him out?
Not with those kind of cards. So, I mean, 7-4 is just...
He just said, I have Clyde's hand.
Yeah, but again, like I said, you got to get rid of sentimental things.
So Kevin is looking for an ace
Yeah.
or something to work with his 8. There's 1 8, an ace or an 8.
So you're saying there's a chance. Huh?
And 7-4, Rudy would have voted.
Yeah.
So that is our 8th place finisher. Congratulations on an amazing tournament, Mr. Kevin Elger. You are walking away with $2,300, and this is where the pay jump starts.
Good job, Kevin.
Great tournament. Rudy says, "Oh no!"
I know, right?
Because if he calls right there, Jack's being overcards.
Yeah.
Tim probably ships it,
Yeah.
but he can't. I mean, he can't make 250,000 chip call with 7-4 offsuit.
This is where one of the, if the structure of this tournament was 40-minute or even 60-minute levels, Billy would win this tournament hands down. But because it's 30-minute levels and their blinds are getting ready to get so big, it's getting ready to be kind of just a coin toss. So.
Because next blinds are 60 and 120.
Yeah. He's got the advantage, obviously, for the reasons we've already talked about, but his advantages are dwindling
yeah.
because of the structure.
We both had the same exact word right there. Daryl, once again, I'd like to thank you for coming in here with me today.
It's been fun. This is the first time I've ever been back here, and it's been fun to watch and help, and pretty cool from back here.
Oh, look at this. Aces versus queens.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
Billy just raised it
man.
to 200.
Yep. He's going to get re-raised, 3-bet, and of course Billy's going to 4-bet.
And Tim's at the point where he's just playing with a
we're gonna get 'em
messy
all.
chip stack.
Yeah, we're going to get it all in the middle here.
And threes. Called it. So 3-way action. Oh, man. A 6-high flop would be terrible.
He did not 3-bet Billy with his queens. Wow. Oh, and he hits a queen.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's the run good.
Anything can happen right there.
So Billy's looking for an ace, running spades. Zach's looking for, and Billy checks it.
Let's see what he does with it though. 700K in the pot,
Look at this
1.2 back. Yeah, we're gonna play house a little bit. What's the bet size gonna be? It's a wet board, 2 spades, lots of straight draws. You know, I know he flops a set, but he better not jack around. Bet $500,000. a tough spot for Billy. Yep.
Billy folds and he shows his
folds it.
queens.
Yeah, that's what a good player does. Yep. Wow. That's probably the fold of the tournament to this point.
But that's the experience that
Yeah.
comes in also.
Yep. And here we go again, thinking that Tim was going to 3-bet pre, and he just flatted and then hit a flop. So we might have to go out and talk to Tim and get some
Tips?
pointers. For sure.
Tim just goes, Billy had aces and folded? And look at Billy. Billy's frustrated by that, but he's also a person that can just let it go.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to. You got to.
Carrie's waiting on the hand. She's saying, give me something.
You know, that really is something in poker, as it is in any sport, how long you hold on to a negative. And the sports psychologists and stuff like that will, you know, that work with the professionals in different sports.
Carrie is
you know,
all in.
give them 60 seconds to ponder something before they move on in a lot of cases. And that would work here too. Carrie is all in with ace-9. Travis with a pocket pair and 700K stack. Folds it. Tim 10-9. Folds it. Folds it. King 10 for Billy. Yep.
Let's take a look at the win loss up top.
Yep.
Tim's up 950,000 chips. Carrie's up 585,000 chips. Tim's got 18 big blinds at 1.9 million.
Yep.
And Carrie's starting to laugh a little more now. She's starting to get a little more comfy. Hats off to all these players. These remaining 7 have played an insane tournament, dodging one-outers, dodging bullets.
Yeah.
Literally, Billy just dodged with bullets.
Absolutely, right?
Man, how many times have we seen 7-4 this final table?
Seems like a lot, for sure. There's a nice opening hand. King, queen, in that spot, hijacked. Full fold, up to the big. Uh-oh, she's capping her cards. Tim just flats.
Carries in the big blind.
Yeah.
I don't think she shoves right here just because she knows Tim's a
Well,
little
she
crazy.
didn't. She just capped her cards and checked it from the big, but
And she's behind, but she's got a draw.
she hit a 7, but
Oh, she's going to bet it. You noticed every time Tim's had a hand, where he puts his hand? 2 fingers on his cheek.
yeah.
7 or ace, Carrie looking forward? Or no?
3 diamonds on the board, though. She's checking, and he's going to bet some type of value, surely.
I don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I don't think he does.
Wow. Huh. The things that make you say, huh.
Hand number 71. We've got how many remaining? 7? 7 players remaining.
Players, huh?
So it looks like we're averaging 1 player out every 10 hands, but that's not at all how it averaged. There's Tim's infamous laugh.
Yeah. Slate with a good hand under the gun. Looks like Travis just checks back from the big blind. And we get a flop of... Can't see the flop.
We're about to.
There it is.
So Slate's already dead.
Yeah. Travis hit 2 pair on the turn, and that's going to do it.
So Travis is now up to 850, well, something like that, 950, 850.
Wow.
And he's in fourth place with 850.
Rudy has fallen down to next to the bottom on the chip.
7 big blinds.
Yeah.
We've got 4 players less than 10.
Yeah. Wow.
So Tim is our first over 2 million chips. Almost 2.2 million.
Yeah. And it's 100,000 to call. He's first act. Queen 9 suited.
He says call. Then he asked how much it is.
Yeah.
Crazy. He instantly raised King Jack earlier, but maybe because Tim's in the hand with the chip lead.
Right. Uh-oh. Jack 9 to Queen 9's not a good deal.
Slate gets a free check, and he's actually high carded in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
King Queen Jack would be pretty bad. And of course, it comes all low.
Oh, wow.
All clubs all low. Nobody is holding a club in their hand, and it checks all the way around.
And Tim goes from a 48% favorite to Slate being a 59% favorite.
79 now.
Now 79 on the turn.
But Travis may have just stole it all. First to bet's going to be the first to win, right?
A lot of times in these spots, for sure.
Because when you're looking at a board, 4, 4, 6, 8, 3 clubs, 5 sevens out there.
Again, it's where you're at in the hand, and you're on the turn. No one showed any desire to bet on the flop. He led small on the turn. He took it down with a 100K bet. Really a 1 big blind bet. And he wasn't risking a lot to take the pot down. And it's a good bet.
And now he's over $1 million.
Yeah. You know, so sometimes you're surprised by the small amount of pressure you can put on somebody, and they just don't want to. If it doesn't fit, they fold. You know, if their hand doesn't hit the flop, they just play it straight up from the turn and river out, and it's over.
You see that stat? Look at Mr. Slate on this. Oh, I guess if it shows. Mr. Slate, he's 25,000 chips up from where he started.
Right.
Very consistent.
Right. He's grinded all day, yeah.
And that's so different from his cash play, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, cash is so much different. You want to come and have a good time and play, and even if you lose a little money, you rebuy and you go at it some more. You know.
Pocket nines from Zach. 200,000 already in the pot. He's reaching for. He's got some red chips. He's got some pink chips. Got some more red chips. Got some more pink chips now. I think he said 325,000. So that
Yep.
stays right in his realm of 3x, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah. He's been pretty consistent with that.
Travis looks serious.
Raises are on the bigger side. Yeah.
Travis just looks like a poker player, doesn't he?
He
You know,
does.
the younger the internet age, younger generation. And
Uh-oh, Slate goes
all
all
you
in.
can eat.
Jacks again. I wonder if he turned them in last time. He might be falling out his sleeve or something. You never know. Here we go.
So that's only 225,000 chips to call.
Yeah, he'll call. Yeah.
550 total.
He doesn't necessarily like it, but he can afford to call, and he should call.
Is that another one of those spots where when he raised to 325, oh, he calls.
Yeah.
One chip call. So we have a player at risk of elimination, pocket nines versus pocket jacks. Slate flipped his hand over first, and Zach kind of hit his cards down.
Yeah.
So here we are. Is the masseuse good luck, or is it that Slate is going to walk away with a double stack here?
There it
and
is.
that's the ball game right there, unless running nines come.
Running diamonds.
Or running diamonds, yep.
Yeah.
And that's it right
It's
there.
over.
Mr. Slate is now doubled up. Mr.
1.3.
Slate is at 1.25 milli. 1.25 milli. And that takes Zach, he's only down to $750,000. He's
Yep.
only down 60,000 chips of where he
Exactly.
started.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's not the same as it was when he started because the blinds are 100,000 more than they were when he got there.
It's just whoever's going to get a heater right in here. Zach's first act with 5-6 suited. He mucks it. Billy's next. Goes in the muck. Kerry mucks Jack 5. Travis going to open with Queen 10 in late position. Slate looks down at King Jack. Folds since it was open. Tim folds. And it's up to Rudy with Ace 8. Rudy goes all in. Is back on Travis. 450 to call with a 900K stack. Half his stack. The blinds are so big here. Gonna have to pick a spot probably. I don't know if this will be it for him or not. Yep. Lays it down and Rudy takes it. Good bet. That evens the stacks up with Rudy and Travis. Travis 900K and Rudy 950. Tim on top with 1.9, Billy 1.3. Mike Slate has slid in the third.
Been running so long, the charger's about to die.
Uh-oh.
But I did have the privilege to count the silver bullets out there.
How many?
14.
We should have came up with an over-under.
I'm going to take over 14.
Yeah, we think about everything else to bet on. We could have put an over-under.
I mean, we'll bet on anything.
Yeah.
So we've seen Billy lose a couple chips.
Yeah.
He's at 1.2 now. He was at 1.78.
Yep. Slate's bounced up in the third, though.
Carrie's looking for. She's saying, "I've seen y'all all double up. Where's my double up?"
Carrie has been very patient. She has played this one.
She said she was in it to win it.
She has played this one better than previous ones.
Previous ones were just inexperienced. Maybe the experience level's
exactly.
showing.
That's the only way that you're going to get better is to keep getting back to the same spot and working on it. And that's what she's doing.
So raised 200,000 from Tim. He's starting to play his chips, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and he's in position on the button with it folded to him. He's going to raise there and really not get any resistance.
Well, he couldn't. 9-3.
Yeah.
Oh. Those beautiful red chips, 100,000 chips.
And this is a good spot for him to start to work on his. He has Rudy straight to his left, and Rudy's down now to 9 bigs. Uh, yeah. Yeah.
There it is again.
Yeah.
We talked about how many times we've seen 7-4. That's at least the 10th time we've seen 7-4 tonight.
It is.
Of course, we've probably seen every other hand 10 times also. That one just plays relevance for here.
Slate folds, Tim folds. Rudy's on the button with folds to him. Wakes up with an ace. All in.
Rudy
Yep.
says all in.
Pretty textbook there. Nothing in the small or big, and he takes the pot.
Rudy says, and this is when you need to start running good. He's 100% right.
Oh, that's true.
It's time. He played the tournament. Now it's time for little luck, lady luck.
We're not going to see many flops here. We're going to see a lot of shoves, and eventually somebody will wake up with a hand that's behind somebody who shoved, and we'll get to see it. But not going to get to see a lot here. Pretty limited on what they can do.
Rudy tends to have the biggest following in here.
Really?
We got one in the chat says Rudy is a double deluxe knit burger dusting off those chips. Oh, we got one against him. We got several for him. Rudy. And of course we got all of Big Springs rooting for Zach, all the way over from Big Spring, Texas, about 50 miles east of here. Congrats to all the finals. Thanks a lot, Joseph Marquez. And we've got an all-in, all-you-can-eat Queen 10 under the gun, first to act. That's a scary spot to do it because everybody has action behind you. And so, fold has been on repeat. Carrie looks down. Acey Deucey, and she's going to pass away 150,000 chips. Oh, sorry, 180,000 chips.
She only had
6120 now.
4 big blinds with an ace. Probably got to go there.
Blinds are now 60,000, 120,000. So you were talking about earlier about stalling a little bit to make things in your action. Billy doesn't have the chip lead, but it's still in his favor right now.
Yeah, but that was again back 2 levels ago when we first came back from that first break, and things have changed rapidly with the blinds going up as much as they have, and all the stacks just not having a lot of big. He can't afford to slow play anymore. If he was to knock a couple of these guys out and get those chips and get a big advantage, a 3-1 advantage over again, maybe, but the dynamics have changed again just due to structure again and the blind levels. And he's having to really, if the truth's known, pick up his play. Pick up and play a little faster. He needs to see more hands.
And you've kind of seen that, haven't you?
Yeah.
When I counted 14, I didn't see the 5 right behind his head on the table that he set back there.
Oh, yeah.
When he tilts to the left, you'll see him?
Yeah. Tim would have made a good bowler the way they like to drink. So.
I've seen 1 or 2 bowlers throw back a couple bottlenecks.
I don't know how we have beer frames in poker, but we used to have them in bowling. So,
Carrie
anyway.
is all in. She ships it all in with ace deuce. Travis cannot make the call. He stole her big blind last hand. She stole it right back, and that's 180,000 chips coming back in her stack. That's big.
It is big. Here we go.
That statistic is always too fast, and that's one complaint I always get from the players. I mean, from the viewers. They want to see longer statistics. So I kind of figured out a way to put them up. And so here we go. 17 big blinds, 2.1 million set in Tim's stack. Rudy 1.1, Slate 1.1. Billy's down to $1 million. Travis is up to 900. Carrie 585. and Zach 540. We look at the up and downs. Tim's up 1.2 million.
Yeah.
So Tim calls the 120 under the gun with pocket fours, and he actually calls in front of Rudy. You notice that he's taking up Rudy's betting spot.
Yep.
All in. It sounds like from Carrie.
Here we go. Yep.
And look at her. Look at her face.
That has a little more concern
Yeah,
on
that,
it
that,
there.
that had a
yeah.
little, please don't call.
Yeah, Queen Jack.
But that's
yeah.
585. That's 1/4.
Look at her body, just the way she's kind of slumped over a little bit there. She's not, super excited.
And he continues his tradition of showing I can fold the biggest hands at
Right.
the table.
Well, or he just continues folding when you play back at him. She showed aggression on him, and he went away.
And that was the same way with the Ace King earlier. I forget who it was, that Murray or somebody.
If he would have, I know it's still a flip, Queen Jack and pair of fours and stuff like that, but he could have called her with his chip stack. If
And
he'd have
still beaten
taken
the
a
chip.
little bit more time, this is one of those times where you take that 15 seconds, 20, maybe 30 seconds or whatever, to analyze your opponent a little bit. I think he could have picked up on her that she was weak. He might have wanted to go
Billy,
there.
Slate, and Rudy would have seen that.
I think
They,
so.
they would have seen the difference from the
Yeah.
laughter, cheery, I've got pocket kings, pocket
Yeah.
aces.
She was visibly nervous about that particular shove, but her stack size is so small now that she's got to pick her spots anyway. Help her picking up the blinds right there. So
That's 2 back-to-back blinds she picked up, too, because she
Yep.
picked up Travis's big blind and Slate's big blind.
yeah. Uh-oh,
All
another
in
shove.
from seat number 4, Mr. Zach
Jack.
with the hooks. Hooks have made quite a few appearances at this FT final table.
Yeah. And like we talked about just a while ago, just 15, 20 minutes ago, it's just all in or nothing now. There's just not a lot of play here. That
The
is
biggest hand we
play.
saw was the aces versus queens versus threes at 50 and 100, and
Yeah.
3 players called to see the flop, and that was kind of an odd hand because we wouldn't have we expected the aces to get to the flop, but not the threes.
Right. Yeah.
Lost our clock. And our last main event, it ended at 25.50. And so we're actually 3 levels past that.
Yeah.
No, 2 levels past that. 25, 50, 30, 60, 40. We're 3 levels past that.
I gotta step out.
Yes, sir. Slate looks down at 9-5 from the button. Not much action he can do there. Now heading over to the chip leader. Tim makes the call with King 10. Rudy not look down at much. 6-4. He's looking for a big flop here. Something like 6-4 King. 960,000 in his stack. Tim's got 1.7 million. All diamonds. Rudy does hit a 6. Tim hits a 10. Tim's got the king of diamonds, so he's not going to be going anywhere. It checks around. 9 of spades comes out on the turn, and a 6 on the river to give Rudy trip sixes. Bets 120. I think that was an extremely great bet by Rudy because it's just small enough to get a call. And Tim's once again going to. That's got to be frustration right there that they're not getting the calls. He's making some big laydowns and he's not afraid to show them. He shows, hey, I laid down top pair. Rudy shows the 64, and that's exactly what Rudy was looking for. He's now back over 1.3 million. So Rudy's only down 415 from where he started. Zach's down 30. Billy's up 80. Travis up 400. Slate's up 485, Carrie's up 645, and Tim is no longer up over 1 million. He's up 730,000 chips. He's down to 1.655. Hand number 82. Carey looks down at the infamous Kojak. She makes the call. Will Travis capitalize on just the call with a shove here? Because that would be a tough recall. He once again reads his cards, looks down at Queen Jack. Looked like he was going to fold them. And he does. Tim makes the call of 120 with Queen 4 off. I think Rudy's going to complete. No, I don't think he does. I take that back. He is not going to complete this call. But that's a lot out there for 60,000 more. There's already 480 in the pot. He's got to complete it. So now that puts 3 players in the pot with Zach left to act with King 3. So we're going to be 4-way to the flop. Four-way action. Zach's only a 9% favorite to win right here. Flop comes out 6, 5, 9. 2 clubs. Rudy does pick up on a pair of sixes. He's the only one to pair up, so 4 players on the flop. All 4 check around. An ace of clubs comes on the turn, puts 3 club cards out on the board. Only club is in Carey's hand. And Rudy announces 240,000. Carey's got the 3rd nut flush draw. She's got King Jack. She does make the fold though. She's the only one that could have made the call. So Rudy with the 2 pair, he's really the only one that had anything. Picks up a ton of chips. That makes back-to-back. Rudy is now your chip leader.
Yep. Look at that, how fast things can change.
He's now at 1.7 million. Tim 1.5 billion. Slate 1 million.
Yep. And Zach's now the short stack. Wow. That's how fast things change.
Yes.
I mean, super fast.
Welcome to the table, the Colombian Fireball, Miss Yvonne. Colombian,
Yeah.
the Cuban, sorry, Cuban. She'll
yeah.
kill me for that.
Yeah, it's over for you. You better sneak out after this is over.
I was going to say the Colombian cartel.
Oh,
that would have played even worse. The Cuban Fireball. We got 2 dealers here, Miss Monica and Miss Yvonne. One is from Cuba. One is from Costa Rica.
Yeah. Monica.
Monica. She's a little ball of joy.
She is. She's fun to be around.
I can't help it that she deals from the wrong side of the table.
I know. She
We're left-handed.
She loves her bomb pots.
Yeah, man, she does.
Yeah, she does.
She does the dance and everything. Travis looking down at the basil, as we call it. He said that's good enough, suited to put it all in. 900,000 of his chips are now in. That's a lot of chips to call.
Yeah, it is. Billy's like, please let me wake up with a hand somewhere in here.
I know he's frustrated.
Oh,
But I
yes.
love it when he looks at it and he's got absolute trash and he kind of plays with them. You know, like wants to rip them up.
There's nothing more frustrating than to just go completely card dead.
But we haven't seen any terrible beats.
No. Hasn't been any coolers.
No.
Really.
The aces against
Yeah,
the
the
queens.
aces against the queen
But
when
it
he flopped
he
the
lost the
queen.
minimum.
Right. He did lose the minimum.
Because I guarantee you give those to anybody else. Well, you give those to
It probably gets all in
4/5 of the player,
pre-flop.
yeah.
And it didn't.
that's experience at this level.
Yeah.
Cash game, all the money goes in.
Well,
There it doesn't.
Tim didn't 3-bet it because I know Billy would have obviously 4-bet it, but Tim took the conservative route and it paid off.
Slate a suited K9 from the +1. That may be big enough with only nope.
Yeah. Rudy.
Tim's looking around like he lost his beer.
Yeah. He's probably asked 10 people. I bet he doesn't ask anybody to hold his beer.
No, no.
He'd be afraid they'd drink it. Uh-oh, here goes Rudy.
Rudy raises it up. 260. Sorry. Billy looks down at Jack 6, not playable. Carey 5 deuce, not playable at this point.
Billy rolling his eyes like he wants to.
He's ready for some action.
Yeah, he wants to punch somebody right now.
It's time for some run good. You know, I don't want anybody to win. I don't want anybody to lose. I like them all here.
Yeah.
We all have our favorites. We all have our dogs. You know, maybe we've placed a bet or two on people at the final table. We're really cheering for them. But everybody at this final table, good people.
Absolutely. It'd be fun to see a guy three-peat, but it'd be fun to see somebody win for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so-
You know, and that's why I'm kind of rooting for Slate. You know, Zach,
Yeah.
Travis,
Yeah.
even Tim.
Yeah.
They've never been on a, well, Slate's been on a wall here. He won the high roller, I think, or the Texas. He won the Texas Stack, another 2-day event that we run in our bigger series.
Yeah. And even Miss Carrie, that would make her more happy than
Oh,
following her dad's footsteps and get the monkey off her back in a little bit of a way, you know.
Tim says call. How much is it to call? And Rudy's having to tell him it's 120,000 chips. That's part of the 20 beers.
Yeah.
Billy is all in.
With Ace King. Carrie's all out. Travis all out. Back to Tim.
And Tim folds. He
Tim
didn't show
folds.
what he
Yeah,
had,
he didn't
so he
show.
didn't have a big one. So Billy's back over $1 million.
Bill was like, please give me a couple more of those. They all are.
How many times in your poker career have you woke up with back-to-back aces?
Not very many times. Maybe a couple of times, ever.
I was dealing a couple months ago here. Delta guy aces, he wins the pot. Delta guy aces, he loses the pot. Very next hand, I dealt him aces again. And
That's weird.
you know, I was trying to find the odds on back-to-back-to-back or
Yeah.
back-to-back-to-back aces.
You know, aces are a good way to go broke anyway.
I've lost more money with aces than I've won with any other hand here.
I mean, obviously you want a pre-flop. That not to say you don't, but you can also get eliminated from a tournament real quick if you get married to them.
Carry all in with ace jack.
Of course, at this particular part of the tournament,
She looks confident this time with it. Look at her.
yeah.
She's smiling. She's comfortable with it. Billy's frustrated that he doesn't have that hand.
Oh, there she is.
And she's now up to 825,000 chips.
Oh.
Just like that, she's second from the cellar. Slate's right above her, 830,000.
Have we seen a flop in 20 minutes?
No, when you walked out, we had 4 people to the flop.
Really?
Yeah, we had 4-way action.
Wow.
And the best hand was ace 6 and Rudy won. He turned 2 pair. Poor Tim does not know. Look at this. Rudy's having to fix his chips. Hey, bud, take that back.
Can we get a color up in seat 2, please?
Yes. About to ask for that right now.
Oh, we just had a blind change. 60 to 120. Oh, wow. Travis shoves King 4 and takes it down. On to the next one. And Rudy's back up in the chip lead, 1.9. Tim's with Rudy just posted, so just click down to 1.7. Tim's at 1.2. Billy's at 1.1. Travis is 1.1. Short stack is Zach with 540 and Slate with 770. There we go. I would get her out of that picture back there. There she goes. And we're going to see a flop here. Oh. And he
King.
smashed it. King, Jack, Tim smashes
And he checks
it.
it. He's not as he plays coy, doesn't he? He checks it all the way down to the river. He probably doesn't remember what he has.
Oh my goodness.
He checked it all the way.
He checked it all the way, and Rudy had a king, and he got no value.
He said, "How did you not?" Rudy says, "How did you not get chips for me right there?"
Oh, wow. Okay, lock the door. He can't go anywhere. Wow. Cash game here in about an hour, guys. Anyway, we're locking the door. None of these guys are getting out. So. Fold by Billy, fold Kerry, Zach, let's see. Travis folds. Slate says has the pockets folded around to him in the cutoff with pocket fives.
He shoves.
Good place to shove.
Oh no, he's not going to shove. He's going to do what you were talking about. Just a raise. Looks like 250.
Yeah.
So that's a min raise plus 10.
Yeah. It represent. Uh-oh.
And that gets a
Hey.
shove all in. So that's only three. So Slate has to call this. It's only 230 more. That's half of the stack, though. Does he have to call?
He doesn't have to.
And is that why you just min raise right there at that point, so you can get away from it?
Yeah, you can make a case for that, for sure. If he's getting a rate, and Zach is trying to act like he doesn't have much. Look at his body. He's bouncing around like, oh, I don't have that big a hand. And it's always the opposite of what they're trying to show you.
Zach Jones got fans in the fan club. I'm for Uncle Fester. That's
Yeah.
Mr. Copeland.
Okay. Okay. Hello, Roger.
Slate's trying to find a reason to call, and he's trying to find a reason to fold
Yeah.
it. He's asked twice, how much is the count? How much is the count?
He knows it best. He's flipping.
And he shakes his head.
He's going to call. Made a crying call.
So we've got a player at risk of elimination. Player at risk of elimination on this hand. Mr. Zach is all in with pocket kings. All in with pocket kings. Slate's got pocket five. Slate's looking a 3% chance. 3% chance for a 5 to come out on that flop. Ace, ace, jack. 8, a 5 and a 5 only. Oh, so close, but it's not. Zach Terry doubles up, and he is now at 540,000. Mr. Slate is now your short stack.
He's at 1.1. He picked up 5.
Or sorry, 1.1. I read what he won. Mr. Slate is now your short stack at 290K.
Yeah.
Slate has 2 big blinds.
2 big blinds.
Really 3, right?
Yeah, a little over 2. It's 120.
Oh, 120 now. Yeah. I keep taking my clock down. Fold, fold, fold.
Slate should go with any 2 cards here, so it really doesn't even.
But he's got 3 hands. 1, 2, 3 to look, right?
Yeah. I don't know what he folded. A lot of players will go with any 2 cards there.
So this is the completion of our series. Kojak's Summer Mini Main. $80,000 in the prize pool. We've got $20,000 up top for first. Second place, $13,000. Third place, $92,000. Fourth place, $70,070. Fifth place, $5,300. Sixth place, $3,900. And we've still got 7 players active out of the 190 in this event. Seventh place walks away with $3,000, $500 buy-in. But that's not all of it. There's still more. $9,500 was in the last longer. $9,500, $100 at a time.
They were talking about chopping that up out there earlier. I bet they got it done.
If I am 100% correct on that. There was only one player at the table right now that wasn't in it.
Oh, really?
Billy.
Billy, really?
Yes.
And no one bought his action. Wow.
I was gonna, but I couldn't
Well,
afford
yeah.
multiple buys.
Wow, all they have to do is announce that.
Yes, I took him in another tournament, and we chopped up. Him and I chopped up 700.
I know the guy who.
Billy is all in. Billy is all
Here we
in,
go.
and he was playing Carrie's big blind. Is what he was
Sure.
doing, wasn't he?
Yep. Yep. Small on big, shoving any two.
So here's the question: if the players had to play their cards face up, Billy moves all in with 6-5. We know he wouldn't in a real world, but he moves all in. Carrie looks down and sees 8-3. Does she make the call?
Sure. You know, life is about percentages.
Right.
And so when you have it in your number, you just do that. And you're going to take, when you have that percentage in your favor, you're supposed to take that move, that play.
It's math. Math works
Yeah,
out
it's
100% of the time
math.
over time. But in the short run, it doesn't work out in your favor all the time.
Right. Yeah. But even a 51-47 kind of edge or something like that, you know, it's 4%. Vegas loves to have 4% advantage on anything they do.
Yes.
Or-
4%,
or-
just a simple 4%.
Or let me keep 4% on everything that comes through a slot machine, you know, and you know it's just crazy. They don't even need those big of percentages.
Richard, can you ask Tim to stack his chips up, please?
Slate's all in with his ace-5. Good luck, Mike. Looks like Carrie folded. Looks like it's up to Travis. Well, yeah, if you've had 18 of them tall boys.
Call 7-6 versus the ace-5 suited. Both suited.
Well, this is a good spot.
61-39. Player at risk of elimination. Flop comes out 10-4, queen, 8. 2 diamonds out there. And a jack.
And he
Almost
makes
got
it
there.
through.
Yeah,
Makes
almost
it
got
through.
there for Travis.
Yep. Had a 5, 6, 7 for the
Man,
winner.
4, 5, 6, 7, 9 would have made him a straight.
Yeah.
A diamond. A lot of players would have put their money on the turn anyways.
He opened up a lot of outs. If we went back to that turn card after that diamond, that 8 of diamonds came.
That's 20 outs almost.
Yeah,
Holy
he
cow.
shot right back up there. Yeah. But Mike holds on for the win.
Yep. 700K now. Just like that. 290 to 700.
Yeah, it's still 5 bigs.
It still sounds like a lot when we
Yeah,
say,
it's
you know,
ridiculous.
700,000.
Just
But
took-
we're also, I mean, at this point right here, we're also on almost hand 100.
Yeah.
They've been playing for a while. We started this at, what, 5 o'clock?
Yeah, we started the tournament at 2.
Yeah, started the
Yeah.
turn. We went to this at 5.
Yeah.
And because we gave them a break at 4:40. It is almost 9 o'clock.
Really?
Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It
does-
did not seem like we've been in here for 4
It
hours.
does not.
You know, those blinds kind of make sense. We've been saying, man, they've been going up super fast.
Yeah.
But we've been here for 4 hours. Holy cow.
Yeah. There we go.
Tim's on search for another beer.
Yeah.
Gotta find a beer.
Oh,
How
my
many?
goodness.
Oh, they cleaned him up behind him. I was about to get the count.
Run into the pole.
Rudy raises it up.
Pocket tens.
300K.
Rudy catches a hand when he needed to.
And you notice he didn't 3X it. Just 300. Zach folds. He folds ace 10. It's a big fold at that point. Not really a big fold, but they're big cards to fold.
Mr. Slade says the first card I looked at was a 2 of clubs. How many? I used to wonder how many 2s were in a deck, right?
Yes.
Seems like there's like 10 of them. You know.
Did you say we're going to take a break at this one? We're going to. Okay, we're going to take a quick. Players are requesting a break.
I don't blame him.
And Tim's missing his big blind.
Here he goes.
If I was at the
Beer in hand.
beer number 47,
Ready to go. Man, did I want. It's so hard to put an over/under out on that guy.
and you know he's handling them pretty decently.
Yeah, he's still sitting in his chair. That's like 24. Anyway,
I think you're correct.
just saying.
Rudy is all in.
Break time.
Yeah, everybody was pretty much done with that hand. So we're gonna, viewers, we're gonna take a quick little break. We'll be back in just a few moments. So here we come.
Here we go.
Back from a quick break, and the blinds went from 60 and 120 to 75,000, 150,000.
Wow.
7 players left. 7 players left. Everybody, you can't count anybody out because one hand somebody's over $1 million.
No, but it looks like it's a turbo from here out for sure.
That's one turbo I'd like to be part of.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Let's see who wins the lottery. I like it. Only 6 tickets.
Yes.
You know.
I mean, if you could buy in this tournament right now for $5,000, you'd probably buy into it.
I don't know about
20,000.
that. That's
Well, take away Billy and Rick.
next couple of people out are 3,000, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's tough for sure.
Zach looks down 7 deuce, no good. Billy looks down 10 deuce, no good. Carrie says, I raise, I'm all in.
All in.
So during the break, Carrie walked over there and she goes, do you realize how many chips you can pick up if you go all in now? Not quite in that verbiage,
Yeah.
but she picks up a playable hand.
Yeah, 5s is a good shove. 300K in the pot already. Rudy's luck. Oh, not this time.
He said so close, and
He's
then he
so
shows the
close.
9-3.
Not.
So and just like that, 300,000 pickup. That's insane.
It is crazy.
And does that? That puts her at almost $1 million. Look at that slate: 700,000, 790, 795, 800, 1.3, 1.4, 1.4.
Billy has the chip lead by 5,000.
Oh, I love it.
3 people right there.
And so all the 5s are dead. We raced off the 5,000s.
Right. She's in again.
She wasn't kidding, was
She
she?
must have called somebody on break. What'd I do?
Oh, she had 5s last hand, goes all in. She has 6s this hand.
Right. I wonder if Dennis coached her on a break. Like, you know. No, I'm just messing with her.
Tim calls.
Oh, what's Tim got? No one knows.
Tell me what he has here in a minute when he flips them up.
Here we go. What'd he show?
Ace of spades, jack of diamonds in Tim's hand.
It's
Ace of spades, jack of diamonds.
flip.
Rudy makes the fold. Ace of spades, jack of diamonds. Carrie's looking to dodge an ace or a jack, and she's still alive. She's still alive. Carrie is now at 1.6 million chips. Look at that smile, that comfort level, and Billy says, oh shit.
New chip leader.
She's a contender. Look at him smiling. I mean, he's happy for her.
Absolutely. Tim, what just happened? Poor Tim. Come on, buddy. He's played tough too, though. Come on now. Dealer change here. How do you get it back up? Right there. Got Nick in the box. He's getting ready to speed it up.
We need to change Carrie's chips to 1.6 million or something like that, and change Tim's chips to.
Yep, there they are. And the new chip leader is Carrie. 2 all ins.
All in, Zach Terry, all in. Call. Nick, will you call out Zach's hand?
Ace 5 to King Jack.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, sir. Ace of
Oh,
diamonds.
Billy catches the king on the river.
Catches a king on the river, and Zach Terry is eliminated in 7th place. Zach Terry is your 7th place finisher. Walks away today with $3,000 on one bullet.
And Billy with a little bit of run good there. King on the river. Shoots into the lead. Slates with 4 bigs and
I can't
700.
see how many chips Tim has if double count. So quick little update. Had a computer glitch on Tim's chips. It showed him as 1.3 million. He actually has 275,000 chips now. So Tim is now your next short stack. 275,000. We'll show a little update of the chips up there. Tim 275, Slate 700, Travis 790. Kerry looks down at Jack 9 from the under the gun. Travis is all in. Kerry called the 150 with Jack 9. Travis shoves with Ace Quisha. Folds all the way around. Rudy says all in with pocket sixes. Billy looks down at Ace 8 suited. Carrie's going to have to let go of her Jack 9 here. So it is Travis's life, tournament life, on the rails. Ace Queen versus pocket sixes. Rudy's got to dodge an ace or a queen. Travis has to hit one. Flop comes out King 3-3, turn 7, River 5. Travis Jones is eliminated. Travis Jones is eliminated in 6th place. Walks away with almost $4,000. Just like that, we're almost hand 100, and we've lost 2 players on back-to-back hands. Rudy's chip stack is now above Billy's. Rudy he's ridden the roller coaster today, hadn't he?
He has.
Started off as the chip leader. He was down at the bottom, the cellar, for just a few hands, and now he's back up to 2.54.
Yep. Tim is super short with 275. Two hands, 2 eliminations. Will this be a third?
Very easily could be.
Game is sped up a bunch.
Difference of dealers.
That and the
Yeah.
blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're having to fly in there.
Tim looks down. He continues his tightness because he really hadn't got out of
Well, you
way
know,
out of line.
Jack 6 right there. He may not. He's next up on the big blinds. He may not get a card as high as a Jack. Guess we're about to see.
Because he's going to put 150. He's going to put 225 of his 275 in. So he has to call here.
I would rather have gone with a Jack and then take a chance.
Yeah,
on
with
what's
suited at
coming,
least.
But you know, he's made the right decisions for the most part today.
He just said, actually, I might fold. It depends on what I get. He's definitely been, a character at the final table. Good guy, laughing, joking with the people.
It's been fun to have in the tournament for sure. Yeah, I think he's enjoyed himself for sure.
He's
He's not gonna look this time.
He didn't even look, did he?
Yeah, he didn't look. Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Looks like Slate's gonna take him out though, or have the opportunity to take him out.
Folds around to Slate 10-4. Oh.
Yeah.
Slate's only got 700. And it's going to
That's
cost
true.
him 75 plus the
Look at
remaining
it.
50.
Slate's like,
Slate's shaking his head,
like,
really.
dang it, boy.
Slate's picking up chips, and Tim hasn't even looked at his card yet. He says all in. Tim calls blind. And Tim's in the lead. Tim's in the lead. Jack 8 versus 10-4. Player at risk for 5th place in the Summer Miniseries main event. Next player out. Pay jump starts to go up. 5,300 for the next player out. Flop comes out. King, king, king. Could be a chop pot with a 9. Jack high takes
high,
it down
yeah.
and doubles up.
Yep.
He doubles up, but he's still the short stack.
Right. Here we go.
Congrats to Travis, Zach, Kevin, and Chris Murray, and Mike McSherry. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Out of 190 entries, that's quite a feat. We've seen Kojaks growing in size, growing in cash games, growing in value, just becoming all around fun. I cannot believe we've been sitting here for over 4 hours.
For sure, it doesn't seem that long at all.
You know, when you color up the chips, Billy had a wall,
Right,
and now he's just got 2 handfuls.
right. Those tournament directors, they earn their keep, that's for sure. Keep the game moving along.
Billy raises
Oh,
it.
finally
Oh,
catches a hand. Pocket jacks here.
that's got to be 30 hands that he hadn't had anything.
Yeah. He raised to 3.2.
Just a little over a min raise.
Yep.
And disciplined plays for Tim. Fold,
Yeah,
fold.
Rudy.
Rudy says, I'm not going to give you any of my chip lead. Billy's going to pull in 300,000, 2.6. He now has the chip lead because that was Rudy's big blind.
Yeah.
5 players remain. Look at that.
Yeah.
3 chips, 150K. 3 more chips in the middle, 75K. We are down to the final 5. It will not take much longer. Carrie, under the gun, 1.4 million chips. She says fold. Hand number 99. We're about to cross the threshold of 100. Slate looks down at A7. That could
There's
be
a
good enough.
hand. That's good enough. Yep.
And that's what he says. That's good enough.
Yeah. Oh, 7-4. Out of here.
Rudy's trying to find a way to call, isn't he? He can't. I mean, there's no anything in
Billy
there.
calls. Dang it.
It's a race. A6 versus A7.
A6, A7. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Good chance it could be a chop pot. Very good chance it could be a
Spade
chop pot.
draw. I think somebody has
There's a
spade draw.
7. Slate's winning.
Yep.
So Slate does double up. Slate's over 1 million now. That's how quick
Uh-huh.
it can change.
Slate flopped a spade draw too. Yep.
Oh. So just like that,
Shifted again.
4 players over 1 million, 1 player over 2 million, 1 player at 400,000. Tim's still laughing, just having a good time. 2 million or 200,000 chips, he's having a good time.
Who has him in the players pool? Really? That's amazing. Really? It's cheap, but he had a lot of chips.
It's really anybody's game right at this point.
It's anybody's game, yeah. It's just whoever the cards follow right here. That's all it is.
Slate, ace 3, under the gun, 5-way action.
Maybe
Cards are a lot stronger right now, right?
Could be a shove, yep. If he hadn't have just won the pot, that goes through your mind. Yep.
He says all in. He said you gotta hate money to play this game.
Any ace in a 5-handed game like that is a strong card.
All in right behind him. He did not want to see somebody wake up with a monster.
Rudy woke up with a hand.
But we didn't, the good thing for Slate, we didn't see an ace in anyone else's hand.
Here we go.
Slate's looking for an ace.
Oh,
and he hit.
but he
Oh,
hit the
no.
king. Oh,
King's full.
Wow. Good job, Mr. Slate.
You're going to have to back that up, Richard, because it's got carried. Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Slate out in 5th place. 5th place for Mr. Slate. Congratulations on an extremely well-played tournament. $5,300 in your pocket. We are now up to some big digits here. $7,070 for the next player knocked. $7,070. We're going to put the chip counts up on the screen for you guys to see. 3.8 million now for Rudy.
Yep.
And he's coasting to what might be his first main event victory here. Billy's still fighting for the 3. Carrie and Tim not out of the woods yet.
There he goes.
Mm-mm.
See if they gang up. Tim just shifted on him.
No. He had chips left in his hand. Look, he's got chips back there.
Oh, he's big blind. He just put his big blind out. That's all he did. And Carrie folded to him.
Yeah. She had 7-5.
Yeah. Wow.
Tim's kept the table light. You know that?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good mix of people. Lots of experience, some newbies. Carrie looks down. Carrie says,
Whoa.
all you can eat. That's one. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, she's got a
Jax.
hand. Rudy's got a big hand.
Yeah, but he won't do it. Yeah, how much
He's-
is
he's-
it? How much
yeah.
is it? $9.25 to call. Quarter of his stack. I don't think he does it here, but
It is his big blind.
yeah, he's got 35% equity. He's a 2-to-1 underdog. Yeah, he lays it down.
He knew better than to call and knock her out and get banned for life.
Yeah, pictures off the wall. That's all I can tell you.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Rudy. We're not taking pictures
Yeah.
this year.
$100 daily.
Yes. Great tournament, Mr. Slate. So cards are coming out. Carrie's under the gun. Billy's big blind this time. She says fold. Tim's going to have to look down at some magical cards. And he's got the Basil, the Jack 10. He says all in.
The computer hand, we may be ganging up on him here. Let's see.
400,000 even. Rudy's going to make this call, right?
Yes.
Or is he going to push over the top to try to push everybody else
I
up?
think he calls so that maybe Billy will call. He's going to be 2-to-1 to move up in the money. That's what I would look to see. Just depends on what Billy wakes up with. But I don't think he re-raises.
7-3, he
just
can't.
called. Yeah, and he didn't.
So we are heads up. Ace 10 versus Jack 10.
Oh, he's got Jack 10 crushed with Ace 10. Yep.
And just like
Now
that,
the 3.
Mr. Tim Ropke is your 4th place summer miniseries main event winner, walking away with $7,070.
Good job, Tim.
That's another one bullet buy-in right there.
Go get you a beer, son.
I think the Jax is officially out.
We'll get you an 18-pack. Good job.
3 players remaining. 3 players remaining.
Well, the players' pool is in the money now.
They're chopping the last longer. 3-way action chopping the $9,500.
Really?
That was nice of Rudy with an overwhelming chip stack.
Yeah. I had a racehorse in. I'm going to cash the ticket anyway. So she has herself, right?
Mm-hmm. No. Roy has her.
Oh, that's Carrie.
I think so. I'll double check
Who
it.
has Rudy? Reagan and Rudy? Or
I think Murray maybe. And I don't know who has Billy. You? Billy wakes up with a monster in the small blind. And it's already over. He didn't even get a chance to do anything with it.
like, please, somebody have something.
Rudy's got 59. He's got 60% of the chips in play.
Yeah.
Now all he has to do is really just apply pressure. Hand 105. Billy's going to look down and he's going to muck his cards as soon as he sees at least one of them. He just smiles. Rudy says I was going all in. And once again, there's the 7-4 making an appearance. 66%, 55%, and 33% went to showdown. 1, 2, and 3.
Yep. Yep.
Going to showdown works every time but that one time.
True that.
Slate's just a good guy. He's up there just rooting for his friends. Because all 3 of them are his friends. Rudy calls at 75. This is where Billy gets a little tricky, a little dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a better after flop player, isn't he?
Yeah. Definitely doesn't mind seeing flops.
Flop comes out 10-9 Jack.
Mm.
Rudy's got a queen, right?
Yeah,
Billy bets
yeah.
150. That's going to be enough to get Rudy to call, right? He's got diamonds and a straight
I
draw.
think, yeah, absolutely, especially with this chip stack.
No, he raised it.
Really.
Oh, big hand for the chip leader.
Oh yeah.
And he raises it to 450,000. He's starting to play with those little red chips now.
Oh yeah.
And
oh,
fold.
she's gonna. Okay, fold.
She's just
Thought
putting
she
out
was
her.
grabbing
She's
her
putting out
chips
her,
like,
her
what?
blind.
Yeah.
It's funny when you watch the breakdown of a final table where people are setting. Very seldom do you see them set next to each other. They're always spread out across the table. We've got two players fighting for their first main event title. We've got one player fighting for his third. It's quite impressive.
It is impressive. Good luck to all three.
You got the leading money winner, who's going to remain the
Yeah.
leading money winner.
Yeah. It's like I took it down with 7 deuce. Everybody folded too.
Did you really? Oh, I
He
thought you
did.
said I took it.
No,
down.
everybody took it. He took it down with 7 deuce because everybody folded too.
Speaking of main event winners, you're a main event winner. I don't even know why we haven't even brought it up.
Back in the day.
It just clicked. $5.75.
Oh.
Billy says I can't call with one of your tens. You got two of them.
Yeah. He's catching him some hands right now.
This is the time when it matters the most. This is the hardest time for a dealer also because it's usually raise, fold, fold, raise, fold, fold, raise, fold, fold.
Billy would really like to find a way to get Carey's chips and have a fighting chance, but I'm afraid it's up to the card gods from here. You know.
Gary's one double up being even with Rudy. I mean with Billy, one double up through Rudy would take Rudy down to 2.5 and make it a.
Oh yeah, yeah. Once they get heads up, it can swing quickly.
Mr. Slayton bought back into the tournament. He said rebuy.
Yeah.
Not much we can do there. So I think we have 2, maybe 3 cash games running right now up at Kojak's. We've got 2 cash games running, 10 people on the list for the Hold'em, 10 people on the list for the round of each.
Wow.
4 people on the list for 10 to 25 on the button no limit Hold'em. 5 for 5 to 15 on the button round of each. All in. Billy's all in for 1.5. Carey looks down Jack 10, the computer hand as we've been calling it. I wish we had the Jeopardy theme song.
Oh, yeah,
dun,
yeah, yeah.
dun, dun. Because we know what the...
Yeah, you're not gonna have to play it long in this
No.
instance, but.
First, second, third. Look at that. 42,000. 42,000. That's a beautiful number, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
5-3.
5-3, your favorite hand.
Yes,
Right there.
it's a great cash hand. Terrible tournament hand.
Oh, fold to Billy. Yep.
If Rudy would have seen those cards, he might have shoved. I just hear the over and over.
Yeah, those are thick cards for sure. Slate's like pulled up right to the table and it's gonna watch it out. Watch how it ends right here.
Rudy says all in.
Ooh, it's 7-4. Kerry might snap him off here.
Call.
Yep. She's gonna be shocked when she sees 7-4.
She said, well played, Rudy, because that's once again
Yeah.
that's the sentiments between right there. That's Clyde's
Yeah.
favorite hand. King Queen versus 7-4.
I'm taking King Queen. Oh my goodness. Oh. my
7-4
goodness.
takes out Miss Carey.
Oh,
What an
yeah.
insanely, I'm going to go ahead and stand up and clap. What an insanely run tournament for Miss Carey. She had some run hot, and she walks away with $9,260.
Good job, Kerry.
Great, great, great tournament, Carey.
Well, here we are.
Heads up.
It's one double and it's back to even, I think.
So, heads up, 7 up.
1-7 would be 3-7. Yep. 3-4.
I don't think this is going to take too long.
Jack 6 to Jack 7.
Jack 7. So we're actually going to see some play. Look at that. Look how many outs Billy has.
Yeah, and you're gonna see Billy bet here with any weakness, which he does. Rudy checks to him and he bets it.
Would he bet? Would he raise knowing that he had 22 outs?
Yeah. Check on the turn when the
Chop
ace
hop.
hits. Yeah, Billy's in position. He might make a little bet here though. Oh, check. Chop. Yeah.
He said, God, I had you by the nuts on that one. So
Yeah.
5.4 million chips to 1.8 million chips. One double up would take Rudy down to 3.6. It'd make it even.
It would make Billy 3-4. Yeah, it'd be almost even.
I think we're going to see a lot of calls, a lot of bet and folds on the flops here. What do you think? Because this is where Billy excels at in tournament play.
I think if Billy can get his double up, then anything goes. But right now, I don't think Billy's just going to see flops with him. I think he's going to, he's probably going to hopefully catch a hand that he doesn't have to gamble with so much. But I think Billy be ready to gamble till he gets it back to even.
Ace 4 for Rudy. Ace is insanely good heads up, right?
Oh,
Especially
yeah.
with blinds like this.
Any ace, yeah. Yeah, any ace.
That's a huge 675, 9 deuce. Billy can't do much with his chip stack. And Billy knows that, once again, he's on life support. Next step is the ventilator.
Yeah, right. True.
I got caught on that one.
True. Billy still has 10 bigs.
Looks like we're playing 75,000 on the button.
4-1-3-2 if it's a double.
That ticking that you guys hear
Uh-oh.
is the tournament blinds going up.
100, 200 probably. Wow.
All in.
Yep.
Call. All in call. So here we go. Jack 9 versus King Deuce. Billy is looking for any Jack, any 9 to double it up. Ace, Queen, 8, 9. There's the 9.
The 9 takes it down.
9 takes it down. And that right there is how you get a brand new even game.
Almost.
4 million to 3.2 million. 4 million to 3.2 million.
Wow. Wow. It's really all you can say. You just gotta have some run good right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
It could be over right there if Rudy hits a card.
Tim's heading to cash. Lock the doors, ladies
Lock
and
the
gentlemen.
doors,
Lock the
yeah.
doors.
Yeah.
He's got an extra 5K to spend tonight.
Here we go.
Okay, so it's just a quick verification. Rudy had his chips stacked a little higher. Yeah, Billy was letting that happen. Holler at Brendan and tell him to skip the break. Ten full. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick 15-minute break. All right, we're back to action.
Heads up.
Heads up, 7 up. Raised to 500. And just like that, hands over. Choctaw Nuts no good for that 10-9 suited. Rudy Borg looking for his first main event trophy at Kojak's.
Yeah.
Went blank for a quick second. Billy Ward looking for his third trophy. I'm looking at the win-loss. 5.125 million to 2.450 million chips. So much more exciting when you're talking about chips in the millions, especially when they started with 40,000 chips each.
All right.
Gotta make sure I hit that unmute button. Okay. Started getting second thoughts when I thought about that. So call. Rudy raises it up with Jack 3. Billy makes a call with Jack 10. Flop comes out 7, 10, ace.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So Billy's going to take down this pot unless some way Rudy can bet him out. He did raise 350,000 pre-flop, so there are some options out there. And he's going to make a bet here. Can Billy sniff it out? This would be a big one. 450,000. The pot's 1.5 million. If he makes the call, it's 2 million chips. And he makes the call.
Yep, good call.
Rudy says, caught me.
Yeah.
I've got the chip lead. You caught me.
Right. Oh, that evened it up a little more than you think.
Getting tons of text messages from everyone all around asking who won. Can't give it away. You're going to have to watch it. Kojak's live on Facebook, on Twitch, on Instagram, on YouTube. King 6 versus 10-6. Not much. First to bet's going to be the first to win at this point.
Yeah.
Billy leads out with 2 hundo.
Rudy checked twice. He's got to put something out there. Probably good enough to take it down. Yep. Strictly a bet because his opponent checked twice. You're gonna bet something there.
So we're going to accelerate these blinds. 1 million, 2 million on the next hand.
Almost back to even here.
So we look at the win. This is a cool little stat at this point. Billy's up 3 million chips. Rudy's only up 1.5 from where they came in at the start of the tournament.
Seemed like a week ago. No,
Yeah, right? That was officially 5 hours ago.
Yep.
Rudy raises it up 500,000 with the Kojak's final table top 2. Guess his hand. If you can guess his hand correctly, never mind, it's up there. I was going to give y'all a chance to win a t-shirt, but Rudy raises it up to 500,000. Billy says, not enough in my book. It is now 3.5 million. Any pocket pair heads up is super strong, is it not?
Billy's ready to ship it with that. I agree.
This is where Billy's going to excel at, because we
Yeah.
saw Rudy come to the table with a chip lead, kind of play coy a little bit, see how the table was going to play. Billy has been aggressive from day one.
And with that, Billy takes the lead. So
Yep, wrong one. And here we go. 4 million to 3.6 now.
Yep.
Is it a different game? Is Rudy thinking different game? He may not know that he has the chip lead now. Well, they're experienced enough to know.
It's so close anyway. They're not really worried about one having a few 100,000 more than the other. But Rudy's got a real hand here. Ace Jack suited.
Billy's got no hand, 7-3. Kojaks has been super active on Facebook today, showing action for every all in. Daryl was nice enough to give some expert commentation. Commentation. Sorry, we've had a little bit of sleep. We've all in with pocket fours. Is this the hand they want to do it? All in and a call.
Oh,
All in and a call. All in and a call. And an ace comes.
What was Billy's hand?
Four. All right. Billy's your main event champion.
Hey, there it is. Yep.
Though, yes,
Yep.
they're going to get the chip counts. They don't know that, but we know that. Billy is your main event champion.
Repeat.
Billy is the first official three-peater. If we've got our chip counts correct, Billy is the first official three-peater at Kojaks Poker Club, making history. He says, "You got me." And ladies and gentlemen, that's how we're going to end it. Billy Ward is your winner chicken dinner. What do you think, Daryl? You called it from the beginning.
Congrats, Billy Ward. Congrats, Rudy.
Yeah.
Good job. Well
Heck,
done.
man. That's Rudy walks away with $13,000. Billy walks away with $20,000. That's kind of a nice payday.
It's a great
Lock the doors.
payday.
Cash games are open. Round of each opening up on table
Get
number
down
one.
to Kojaks, quick.
Daryl, thank you very
Okay,
much for
enjoyed it.
tonight.
Certainly
Thank you for the
appreciate it.
expert commentation. I truly appreciate it.
All right, brother. See you.
And with that, Daryl's going to hit the sack. Charlie's going to hit the sack. We're going to call it quits on Kojak's live stream. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on the next go.